Welcome back to Tomb of Annihilation, the Last Resort Company. In their mini arc, their arc beyond death, the long sawn of the Bachelor, where they are currently inside the belly of the beast, traversing its organ-like structure and deciphering its shattered memories and all sorts of other vague mysteries within this place. The last session, Justin, you got close to the actual door, which supposedly leads to the Bachelor himself. It may be in human form, for when you peered through the makeshift keyhole, you saw a creature there lurking. But that wasn't until the rest of the party had sort of gathered, and of course, you had a little bit of a trek to go through. There was these intestinal tracts, there was stomachs of acid that you had to traverse, making use of a shield like a raft, and fighting up against like animated digestive fluids, and also memory leaching fireflies. There was all kinds of obstacles to overcome, but eventually you came back together, and you were also at the same time following this scent the whole way, this sort of fragrant scent and this echoing laughter of a bird, and it seemed like it was leading you to Jasin, who has now sort of sat down on the shore of a small placid lake, charred bodies of crocodiles laying around. And as you peered through that keyhole together, you sort of saw the humanoid form of a tattooed, bare-chested man. He had like these scales tattooed onto his body, and there was wild eyes behind a kind of mop of greasy, rat-tailed hair. You tried to reason with him, but he seemed like more like an animal than he did a man, and he seemed to be like almost thrashing at the door, and then exclaimed that this was his domain, and he suddenly changed the hole in the door to sort of be closed up. Thankfully, though, you did have a nice place to rest, and Carrick led you back to them. So I'm just gonna flick through some maps first. This was the door, which you saw the Bachelor behind, and there seems to be the iconography of a bird, a kingfisher, in this picture. And Jason, through Rufus's eyes, you saw the same bird in kind of an orange haze, like a misty spirit. And they said that they knew where to find your other friend, and if you wanted to get to them, then he would require a payment of sorts. And he asked initially for the tapestry, but we'll see if you end up giving that to him. Then, of course, this was the door to apparently to the heart chamber, where you heard the beating of a great organ, eventually coming through a waterfall and into a much different interior to the rest of the chambers you've seen so far. And for Kirsty, I'll just give you that description now. Where is it? Here we go. So, where you are currently resided as well. So this makes sense to recap it. But the heart is it's like a small idyllic waterfall, and around its plunge pool are fern garlands, lounge-worthy rocks, and a scene that seems almost plucked from perhaps the Bachelor's childhood and planted here underground. And the lit cottage in the distance is guarded by several of these pebble golems, which you've cited. And Carrick has now told you guys that the pebble golems are friendly now. They won't do anything to hurt us. In fact, they're going to guard us while we take our long rest. And inside, you can hear the sound of sanding, and there's also a waft of stew coming from there. And you saw that. In fact, I'll just show you the image as well. Carrick apparently met with Ina Wa Ina, who is the Bachelor's wife. or former wife. For she told you, Carrick, that she no longer really sees him as her husband, for he's become something else. They haven't talked in a long time, and all that she wishes for is his rest. And to do that, you must kill her husband, and then she can complete a ritual to put him to rest. Unfortunately, she has no idea where the key to his stupor is found. She's had her pebble golems looking for the key this entire time, and also that explains why that pebble golem within the other belly of clothes was rooting around and searching for something, and it kind of like makes you wonder where they could possibly hide a key in this place. But she says without the key, getting to his chamber is hopeless, for he sort of commands this realm and shapes it to his will. And also around the room, you saw masterwork tapestries. This weaver has likely seen a century of practice. And where else have we got? Let's bring you to this map as well. No, I think that's where we actually left off, though, isn't it? You guys have just completed a long rest.
Yep.
Yes. Oh, okay then. Excellent. Oh yeah, and for kirsty, this is what Carrick had to go through as well. There was this pile of stones underneath the cottage, and a hatch that led to it. And Carrick nearly died to one of the pebble golems before he knocked on the hatch with said pebble and was hoisted up by Inna and saved from the wrath of these golems. But I want to drag you back to the actual full map. If I don't bug out and crash. Cool. Foundry did it again. 1 second, guys. Go there. Okay, so it's back up now. Just want to reload the page. But where would you like to head? Anything you want to discuss? Any plan of action?
So we need to find ourselves a key.
Right. We do need to find the key, but I feel like isn't Anton some of our, like, the key we could probably.
Yes, no, he's in the.
That's a primary objective, but but he was worried about something coming back. So he seems like he's a time sensitive side quest. Not that he's on the side, but
which, as far as I remember, was here.
Yeah, you can put that together by the description he gave you. Oh. And if you want to speak to Inna, she's around as well. I think she mentioned something to you as well last session, Carrick, isn't that? The Bachelor now knows you're here, which could prove difficult in your further ventures.
Yeah, I'd like to ask her if there's any way we can ensure we get where we want to be.
Okay.
Yeah, Carrick will take everybody up and introduce them.
Okay, so you're introduced to a paragon of poise and deft. Her expressive fingers are currently working on the weaving machine right now, and she turns to you and says, "Come in. Are you hungry? You may eat if you please."
Yeah, thank you.
I haven't had much of an appetite since I went and died.
I feel very much the same. Eating just feels like a habit, a ghostly habit.
So, we had some questions as to our current situation and thought we'd pick your brain.
Please.
Firstly, getting around this place is proving to be a nightmare. It seems to send you wherever it wants to whenever you reach any kind of door or junction. Do you know of any way to ensure one gets where one is intending to?
I'm afraid there is no guarantee that I have discovered. It is much safer to stay in one place like I have. I've locked myself away here, much like he has locked himself away as well. The twisting tunnels seem to change. I've seen other creatures that have been swallowed here lose their way and never be seen again. Others have tried to stick together. I know that even some have tried to make a home for themselves down here, having given up on any plan on escape, but rather adapting to it.
You've been searching for a key.
I
Quite
have.
fruitlessly, I imagine. Do you have
I'm afraid
any inkling at all as to where it might be? Anyway, you're hoping it isn't?
she kind of looks down for a moment, and her brow furrows as if thinking very hard. I've searched the bellies extensively. They're nowhere there. And I've searched the ruins, but no fruition. If it was lying on the ground, I would have found it by now. If it was... No, surely not. Kind of thinks for a moment. The only other option is that someone is hiding it from me.
We've had some run-ins with a little creature that I presume is Fae. A small, annoying bird by the name of...
She's kind of already nodding as you're describing it. Yes. Sikukukurut, or however it's pronounced. The bird godling.
So
It's the orange kingfisher, yes?
that's the one. I've assumed that he's not exactly benevolent, but do you have any more information on him?
Well, she is a bit of an enigma. I've seen her helping some travelers here, but also she serves Van Si Vang, my husband. I've no bearing on whether she is benevolent or malevolent. Perhaps neutral in this matter. She's one to play pranks. She's tried to steal one of my tapestries before. She's even completely de-toothed a cave crocodile in its sleep. That sort of antics.
She's after your tapestries again.
Well, tell her she can... Yeah, no, I shouldn't. Look, if she wants something, there's perhaps another tempting offer you could give her. She likes treats. And one of the most tastiest I can imagine in this place would be the vampire snails.
Vampire snails.
She nods.
Right. So you're saying that we can gain her favor in exchange for favors in return for some vampire snails.
Better those than my tapestries. They
Yes.
held power.
I figured there was
magic.
some kind of malevolent intent behind her there.
We're trying to get to a room with pillars and cages. Is there anything that is tricky about getting to that spot?
Pillars, cages. Sounds to me like one of the many organs. They've been shifted, I reckon. Let me think. The kidneys, the lung. The lungs are where Tikuka root usually flocks to.
Yes, that's why she
And
wanted to meet us.
you have to go past those to get to them. Then through the kidneys, or I think they are.
Where would we
There's
find
a number
vampire
of-
snails in order to keep this pesky little bird off our backs?
They are near the major blood arteries. Travel through those. In fact, you're close. Here in the heart, I can find you a passage to them. They would even lead you to the lungs afterwards. That's the best I can offer. But be warned, these organs sometimes have a, well, mind of their own. It's like the Bachelor is able to shift them at his will, as you've likely noticed. Some he places specific rules on, some just have a shifting nature to them. You may end up in the eye when trying to get to the tail.
Okay.
And we shouldn't read anything into the fact that you, his wife, are located in his heart.
What do you mean by that?
Just curious.
I believe he still holds on to some memories. Some are repressed. Some he just doesn't believe in.
Is there anything about us you'd be able to, about him that you'd be able to tell us that might give him pause in a moment's crisis? Some treasured memory that, if we invoked, may elicit a sympathy or at least hesitation in him.
Most of his memories he's tried to discard. He's turned into something else. But if you wish to sift through them, you'll find them within the old ruin, within his head.
Well, these vampire snails aren't going to harvest themselves, guys.
I would say that if you wish to find something to use against him, it would be there. But they are memories of his strewn around everywhere.
But I mean, you don't know one that you could maybe just tell us?
I knew him as a man. Vatu si Vatu. Sorry, Vang si Vang. He only ever wanted to avenge my death. But there are other memories that are not his. Those I make no sense of. I believe those belong to the spirit that bonded with him. So if anything, perhaps you're better off at understanding them. You come from a more recent world, and I'm sure the world has much changed.
And here's a final question for you, if you don't mind me asking. Are you actually you? Or do you think you might be some kind of construct
Memory?
that he's put in place?
A memory of him. Maybe. I could indeed be just faded memory that I've managed to somehow protect myself. Or I could indeed be the very embodiment of Ina, a spirit that was swallowed whole when he found me drifting along the river. Best not to think on whichever it is. I know what I know. And that is the ritual to put him to rest. My time will likely come then as well. For his rest to be complete, I must enter the long sleep as well.
Well,
Perhaps
good to
I
know.
cannot, yeah, perhaps I cannot move on until he is at rest as well.
Well, anyone else got any questions?
Mm,
I think it's
yeah,
time
I'm
to go
good.
grab some snails.
Before you go, there is one thing I have that might help you. Another tapestry that I've been working on whilst you've rested. And she leans over and hands it over to whoever. I mean, Jason, you're talking to her, so she leans towards you and hands it to you. The magic here is one that I have attempted to trace hastily, but if by any luck it aligns with what goals you need to overcome, then maybe it'll help.
Well, thank you. And what is it?
You see, as you unroll the tapestry, there are red centipedes, legs interlaced, and then as you kind of like look down the like as you continue to unroll it, it begins to shift and change again into soft-shelled turtles, and you unroll it further, and you see zigzags of silver with metallic sheen. It feels like as supple as cotton. And continuing to roll it is when you kind of like maybe flinch a little bit, but you see black snakes in spirals.
No. Thank you. Ignore.
Which then quickly change into purple, and then like veins, they sort of swarm
Do they get
and
legs?
swirl. They do turn into more like less than legs, but more like roots. Turns into a floating lotus flower, and it has a suddenly the tapestry exudes a potent, sweet scent. It's almost irresistible to you and to Carrick. It's almost like catnip for undead. And unrolling it all the way to the very end, you finally see bats of deep even colors, and then you see thousands of grasshoppers, and finally waves of lunging dolphins. There's a multitude of effects, is what I'm saying and describing, and they could be useful or they could be random.
Right. Well, thanks, I suppose. Actually, I'll thank you as and when it goes off, because we don't know.
Mhm. It's a D9 worth of magical effects. And right now, the floating lotus flower is what is most potent. You can smell that scent coming from it. Best to roll it up whilst it's exuding that smell. You don't want to attract the undead. But it can be used as a bait.
Maybe if Revi or Ignir, maybe if you carry it, then if Yasin or I need to track you down, maybe it'll give us an easier time.
The tapestries will change on the hour. Each tapestry will gain a new effect. But the pattern will never repeat.
Oh.
It's just gonna get bigger.
So So we've got 9 hours to use this.
No, effectively, every hour you will get one of those D9 powers, but it won't repeat the same power 2 hours in a row.
Oh, 2 hours in a row. Okay. Gotcha.
So it won't for this hour. It exudes this flower, this lotus flower, and it will basically be a powerful scent, irresistible to the dead. And the next hour, it won't be that. It'll be one of the other 9 powers.
Cool.
Well,
All right.
thank you. I wish we had anything to give you, but I'm quite dead.
You shall repay me once Vang Si Vang is put to rest. She takes a deep bow and says, "My pebble golems will open the way if you wish to harvest vampire snails, or if you wish to enter the lungs, they can open those as well. But beyond those chambers, I cannot aid you."
And room to room, they're not actually connected, are they? I mean, physically, it's like a little pocket, from a pocket to a pocket.
Mm,
If I were on this side of the door
she shrugs.
right here, I could actually be a very far way away
Ah, I
from
see.
the other side of the door.
You speak of the top side. I think
More just down here.
she shrugs and says, "I guess both are true."
Oh, okay.
All right. So which way would you like to go? You can either go from the deeper into the heart, as this seems to be just but one chamber to the heart, or you can enter into the lungs from here.
So the only reason we'd be going into the lungs is to talk to the Sikoko,
Yeah, that's right.
but we kind of need to have the snails to see him or her. Sorry.
Yeah, you could go get snails first and then bargain with those rather than the tapestries.
I
Right,
think that's
yeah.
definitely worth doing. I don't really want to give this evil little bird a tapestry.
No. All right, let's go have some snails.
And of course, there's many other directions as well. Those aren't the only two. If you wanted to go get lost in the midst of it, that's totally your prerogative as well.
Yeah, I feel like if we can get the snails and then we can go see Kokurut and then have her maybe take us to Anton. Is that
Works for me.
Is that what you're thinking?
Yep. She knows where Anton is, yes. Okay. Then let's go to a different map. Make sure.
Carrick kind of is grumbling a little bit just under his breath, like about the complications of the arcane and like knowing how to have these like locate creature and locate object spells, but doesn't really matter because distance is relative and time's a construct and blah, 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 blah.
Yep. This place is breaking all the rules.
I
Okay.
suppose you need to work on your meta magic. Yeah?
Oh, goodness. Okay. Bloody hell. Yeah, this one's a weird one.
Carrick holds back his turn undead.
All right. Okay. Yeah, it's gonna be a little journey. Let's go around here. So you enter through the pipeway, which you see the pebble golems kind of push past the waterfall, and they form into like an archway so that you're able to sort of pass through without getting soaked. And as you see the tunnel beyond, it turns sort of this stark blood red color, and you still feel that thrumming, beating noise coming from deeper within it. And I'm going to have to drag your tokens on in a second, but give me a moment. And is anyone casting any kind of light spell, because it is very dark beyond? this tunnel?
I think I've been doing light.
You have? Okay, cool.
Yeah. But did she give me back a pebble or no? I forget.
She didn't give you back a pebble, but
No. Okay.
did you need one?
That's just what I had been using it as a light source, but as for like flavor. But I will.
You could take one
pick
if
up.
you wanted.
I'll take another. I'll take one.
Okay. The
I'll
golem,
I'll ask her. Yeah, I'll ask her just so that, because I ask her, can I, if I whispered something to this pebble and put it on the ground, would it find its way back to you?
She nods. Yes.
Yeah. Great. Well,
Okay.
talk to you soon then.
Good luck. And Rufus, is he in owl form right now?
Yes.
Cool. Perfect. In that case, you should find yourselves down here. It's loading the map, probably. Okay, so what else? So the tunnel kind of begins to descend slightly, and it narrows as well. And as you're passing through, it feels like what you're stepping on isn't flesh, but made to resemble it. In actual fact, it sounds more like glass. And as you're going down the tunnel, you can begin moving your tokens if you like.
I got kicked off, so I'll be back in a second.
Oh, okay. No worries. And each step that you make seems to lace the glass with tiny little fractures. Like this is a delicate place to step and to tread.
Well, I tread lightly and I keep an eye out for traps.
Okay. I'll say that as you kind of approach the end of this chamber, you can begin to roll a perception check. And if you have dark vision, you have just a flat roll. And without, you have disadvantage.
This is why we bring them along.
Yes, that's very good. Very good shout.
Or is it just a
Then
flat on Rufus?
just a flat one. Okay, cool.
In which case it's an
11.
Do we all get to roll perception, or is it just?
Yep. Yeah, anyone with dark vision can, and anyone without rolls with advantage.
24.
24.
And it's.
Wow. Okay.
Oh, damn it.
Something you kind of
Alright.
start to notice with oh, not 20. Although it's 24 for you.
Yeah, it's actually it's a 24. I always forget. I thought it was alt, but it's not.
Okay. So Rufus, as he's flying through, notices that the glass seems to be more so on the floor than on the walls, but there is trailings of glass, like threads and veins of it on the walls and ceiling. But most apparent is on the floor. And as Revire and Carrick are walking over the glass, you do feel like because you're at the back here, I noticed Jason and Ignir, who step forward, crack and fracture it slightly. And as you step over, you do hear a crunch from the glass, but you also hear a bit of a squelch noise, as if the flesh is underneath the glass is still there and still intact. It's just been encased. And as you guys come into here, you start to see Jacin's and Ignis' shadows stretch across the room as Carrick's the one producing the kind of light here. And you see a very fleshy-looking chamber that thrums and beats, and there is this pulse that sort of rushes through the wall as you perhaps see like blood vessels pumping fresh, warm blood, and it is very hot in here as well. Unlike the other chambers you've come from, like that cool waterfall, it's complete contrast in here.
Makes you wonder where all the blood's at.
Or are we the blood?
Yeah, exactly. I think we're the blood.
Oh.
Hope no one's
We
screaming.
really should have asked how big these snails are. What if they're like the size of a horse?
That would
What are
be
you afraid of? 100 snail-sized horses, or one horse-sized snail?
Good lord.
Hang on, if we're the blood and these are vampire snails, have we made a mistake here?
Uh-oh.
Maybe it's just a name.
As you ask that, Jasmine,
Oh, no.
I would like... Ooh, let's see here. No. We'll say you move a little bit forward. Because you do need to move forward anyway. And at this point,
What happens if I cast mending on the cracks? By the way,
they would mend.
Just one of them.
Yeah, they would fish.
Like if it seems like there's like a big one.
The fissure does close up, and you see it. The glass is completely mended. Not in the same sort of fashion you would expect it to. It doesn't just like revert it. It seems as though you melt the glass first, and it becomes this sort of slimy looking liquid, and then it fits back into place. And then mends the crack that way.
Huh.
And so yes, at this point, let's just roll. I'll keep it light. A d4. Okay, cool. Jasin, Ignir, you both suffer 1 point of necrotic damage. As it feels like some sort of like gnat just bit you on the neck, but it doesn't hurt because obviously mosquitoes apply an anesthetic when they bite into you, and so if anything, you just kind of feel like just a little bit drained and a momentary like lapse of fatigue, but it wears off very quickly.
Ow.
Did you do that?
Did I do what? Bite myself?
I'm sorry, I'm looking at Rufus.
Well,
Did you nip me?
I look
Rufus
at Rufus
shakes its
and
head.
I look at Rufus. Well, answer the man.
Shakes its head.
I'm watching you, Owl.
Rufus flies off.
I
Trying
was
to
only
get to...
kidding.
Oh.
He's so sensitive.
Where were you bitten? Are they? Maybe they're tiny. Maybe they're itsy bitsy snails.
How to...
Anyone see that? You know, you dark vision people.
Well, this is the thing. Hard to describe from their vision. So this is what it looks like. Carrick and Revire. This is what you're seeing, right? Can you see from your tokens, right?
I don't. Yeah, kind of.
Did you see anything change when I just mentioned that?
Yeah, I mean, I see shadows.
Cool. That's it. That's all you see, is the long shadows of Ignir and Jasin extending onwards. Because Carrick, the lightest source is coming from you.
Okay,
Yeah.
I'll go out. Right.
That's the only information I can really give you, other than
There's a wall everywhere.
Yeah, sorry. That was only for your Ranger and Eric's vision, just that moment. There you go.
Okay.
Yeah, I guess.
Actually, Revi, with your superior dark vision and the fact you got a 24, especially when you get about there at this point, you can see an angle into some of the darker recesses of this heart-like chamber, and there is something. Everything's moving in here. Obviously, this pumping and methodical pump noise is going on, but in those little tiny recesses, in those holes, there's something moving out of time with the pumping sound.
How big is it?
It looks to be as big as like a backpack would be.
Does it look like a backpack?
It looks solid.
Sorry.
Yeah, if anything, yeah.
Sorry.
I use that analogy because it does look like it is on the back of something more slimy.
Okay. I think I found one. Don't know if anyone else. No. Carrot, come over here. And
As
I'll
Carrick
try.
approaches, you see it sort of move away, Revire, like deeper into the hole and out of sight.
Maybe if they're vampire snails, maybe they want blood. Maybe if we may, right, yeah, we could call them. Or what if but you and I don't bleed right now? Yes. And,
I know, I was talking about Revire.
oh yeah, I was thinking about Ignore.
I see how it is.
Look here, blood bag.
I was thinking about Rufus. Except I know he doesn't bleed.
Rufus, he has 1 hit point.
You can absolutely be the guinea pig if you want to be.
Well, hang on now. We don't know if they prefer, warm-blooded or cold-blooded, so the only fair way of doing this is to give them the choice. Ignir as a starter, and then Revire, you can be the main course.
I'll heal you right back up. It'll be fine. It'll be like it never even happened.
All right. If I get eaten by a vampire snail, we're gonna
Just
have
a little bit of blood.
Just
Okay.
take
You
a break.
can go first.
Yeah. Okay, Revire, go ahead. Move your token. If you're approaching these strange dark holes where you saw the movement.
Nope.
No? Okay.
Here's going first.
Or what if you put a bit of blood? What if you put a bit of blood on something, and then I'll mage hand it in closer.
Okay.
Maybe on a ration.
Okay.
Hmm.
Chair, I will cut my hand a wee bit. Not with Colin, that'd be obnoxious. Just use an arrowhead, slice a little bit,
Okay.
rub my hand over a ration, and
Take-
try and
Just take a single point of damage.
no. Okay.
No, I need you to just self-inflicted, right? Effectively.
Yeah.
And then I'll mage hand. I'll prestidigitate. Ah man, that's such a hard word for me to say.
Yeah,
I'll
whatever.
cast magic from my magic ring to make it smell bloodier,
Okay.
and then
Interesting.
yeah, so I'll enhance the
Mm-hmm.
elf blood smell, and then mage hand the ration closer.
Okay. We need to be closer, 30 foot closer, I
Yeah.
guess.
Yeah.
Did snails nest in like pack?
Mm.
Because if so, this is probably a very bad idea.
No, I think snails are solitary creatures, but they might congregate near a food source.
And besides, I'm sure Carrick will be able to outrun some snails.
If yeah, I'm happy to do this.
All right.
You see, there is a bit of light shining down, Carrick, into the hole from where you're standing, and the mage hand is hovering above the hole. Doesn't seem to attract anything.
Hmm.
And then a moment later, Ravaya
Mhm.
will take 7 points of necrotic damage
Ow.
as you feel yourself being
Oh,
slowly drained. Your eyelids sort of flutter a moment, and your knees feel weak and heavy. And there is a moment where you sort of stumble, and it feels like you've given more blood than just a drip.
That's not normal.
And it felt like it was on the back of your head. If anything, there's like this lightness, like you're lightheaded, but it feels concentrated at the back of your head.
I'm gonna smack myself on the back of the head.
Okay, it immediately goes away.
I see.
Was there
Rufus, check me
anything
for
there,
parasites.
or did I just bat myself in the head for no reason?
You look around on the back of your palm. Hmm.
Are these bitches invisible?
No. No physical wounds. There's no blood on your hand.
Don't like that.
yeah. This is starting to be not cool.
Ignir, you then suffer 4 points of necrotic damage as well.
All right.
And it's also on the back of your head, Ignir.
Can anyone see invisible things?
I'd like Rufus to come and check me for parasites, like land on my head and start like picking through my hair.
Pecking.
Jason, you feel fine in this moment, and it doesn't seem like anything's odd with you. Rufus can roll an investigation or a perception, but he's going to come up short, I'm afraid, in anything he rolls, because there is nothing around, and he flies a good 360s around you. No enemies floating there. Rufus even flies behind Ravaya and Ignir, and doesn't seem to bounce or bob into anything. And he continually flies around as if trying to like enter into some sort of enemy space, but it's nothing there.
Okay, there's more to this place, so I suggest we keep looking.
Yeah, let's
and a
keep
solution
looking.
will present itself to us.
Okay, as Carrick moves away, Ravaya, you start to see that that little backpack again, that shiny form underneath it, reappear at the hole as Carrick leaves.
And it doesn't like light. Or just carrot.
Oh,
Maybe.
yeah. Do you want me to go back and see if it goes away again?
Yeah, just scoot around this little
Ha! Ha!
Okay, as soon as you do that, they sort of appear and reappear and then disappear and appear again.
Okay, so they don't like light. Well, we need
I
to
think you
kill
can
him,
go and
right?
snatch one. You're stealthy.
Yeah.
I cast guidance on you.
Here.
Well, I should have just done this as well. I forgot to do this a long time ago, but it is dark in here, and I should have done that. That's exactly what I meant to do. Okay,
In that case.
and Carrick, you're emitting light, so let me change your token real quick. You've got bright light up to 30 foot, is it? With light?
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Yes.
I'm going to say that's...
Oh, 20 feet.
Oh, 20 feet. Okay, cool.
20 feet and then dim light, another 20 feet past.
Ooh, very nice. Okay. 20... So it's dim light up to 40, effectively, right?
Correct.
Cool, done. That should be emitting light now, is it not?
It is not,
Oh,
but try
yeah.
refresh.
Hold on. I don't know if that's anything to do with it. Update token. No. Yeah, I don't know why it's not. Has vision. Applies this distance. Light color. Oh yeah, that's why. Used to be.
Oh Jesus!
Maybe not.
The power of the sun.
I think you are emitting it actually.
I think I
You
found it
are.
in my
You actually are
character sheet,
emitting
too.
it. It's just not very obvious because it's quite large. That's why. Okay.
Okay. But shouldn't we see like a difference between like the dim and bright?
You can. It's very subtle though.
Like
It-
a rim.
Do you see
Okay.
it? Hold on. Let me put you over the top of Revire. Do you see the light ends there?
Oh.
It's kind of
Okay.
subtle.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is subtle there.
Gotcha.
Revire is emitting like super bright light. I'm not sure why.
She might have bright vision to simulate.
Oh yeah, she does. She has bright vision up to 10 foot. Why is that? Your
She has
superior dark vision is
Gloomstalker.
120, isn't it? 120 foot. Let me change that. That wasn't right. I'm gonna have to change all these tokens before we enter the proper tomb to make
Okay.
sure they're
Sure is dark in here.
okay. That's better. But yeah, sorry. So you're noticing this as they kind of appear and disappear of as Carrick dances back and forward between this wall.
Carrick, do you want to go and stand either 40 feet away from me or hide behind that corner? So
Yeah,
not
I'll
right.
stay behind this corner over here.
Thank you. So, boom, I'm invisible now,
Yes, yes, you are.
and I'm gonna go try and wrangle me a snail
Okay.
stealthily, invisibly.
Go ahead. Roll a stealth check with advantage because you're invisible.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
And I did guide you, but you might not. You can save it if you don't want to use it for this one.
I think I'm good.
Fantastic.
26.
Okay. You start to go forward, going carefully around the outside, and these creatures haven't moved when you start to approach them, so you can move your token around. They don't seem to.
Like, what can I stand on? Is this
Everything is kind of a glassy surface.
okay?
You should be able to anywhere you can move your token. You should be able to move, and you start to see what these little backpacks are connected to. They're these smooth surfaces which are spiraling on the side, and as you get closer, you see that there are two arms reaching up, and just they're able to kind of pull themselves up and down over this little hole. And at the very lip, you see two antennas reaching out and feeling the air.
Cute,
There they are.
in a way.
Kind of, yeah.
Kinda. Okay. How big do they look?
They look about medium-sized, as you realize they're actually standing up on back feet. They don't seem to have noticed you, but one of them gets brave enough to lift itself up and starts crawling very sneakily around the side. The other one's a little bit hesitant too. They do start to move.
Line behind this one, then.
Okay. Get right up behind them.
Yeah. But I'm not gonna go. I'm not gonna step right up against it. It's gonna follow.
They start moving over to the other side, like away from you.
How big
And
is this thing?
they begin to position themselves on the
Hey,
other
there's
side.
one.
Oh, you start to see one. Oh, it ducks away down the tunnel.
Go on,
Right.
Ignir, get it.
We're gonna
Separate.
like run and tackle this one.
Okay. Go ahead, roll. You know what? Actually, let's just put you on turn order because it sounds like we're going into.
Can I use acrobatics to tackle it if I do a flip?
It's gonna be athletics, I'm afraid.
Okay, that's fine.
But you do have guidance. You got that D4.
I do, and I'm proficient in athletics, so you know.
Okay. So, oh man, this is interesting. You can't see it. Cool. All right. Let's go to a turn order and roll them on. Go ahead, roll your initiatives, guys. There should be the turn order up.
Sick.
And ignite.
I always when I want to do things, my initiative is not that great.
Oh,
I just clicked his.
okay. Because you've made a scent of blood as well, I'm gonna add 2 more.
They do nest.
How big are these things?
They're medium-sized creatures.
Oh, okay.
Oh damn.
And Revi is following one right now, and it's tiptoeing on its back legs. It looks like a humanoid snail. But you'll see it clearer once you get into sight. At the
These
top,
I zoomed in. It's so creepy.
yeah, they are a bit freaky. Okay, at the top of the round, Rufus is up first. He would see this snail as well because it's got dark vision, right? So he sees this creeping around and he's trying to get to this tunnel. And Rufus also saw another one go down said tunnel all the way down. In fact,
Okay.
Rufus can see in fact, Rufus can see another one coming through a pipe on the wall, and another one that's slunk around the corner of a wall. It's over here as well. He sees a lot of different ones crept around.
We might be surrounded here, guys.
Mhm.
In the meantime, he's gonna give Revia the help action.
Cool. All right, you can fly over to that one to give the help.
Oh.
Oh,
Jesus. Sorry.
oh! I forgot I added that one. Whoa.
Oh yeah. This
Okay.
What's going on?
Whoa. Okay.
What's happening?
Don't worry. That was just creepy and
It's a
crazy.
module that's like.
Really heckin' loud.
That was super loud. Let me just, you know what? Just disable that.
I know I've got like this big
I
ass.
almost
Next
dropped
up.
You're up. Next up. Okay.
Oh,
Combat ready. That's the one.
And now the end turn thing has gone.
It's probably because it's got replaced. I'm gonna get rid of this. Don't need it. Don't want it. I think I was experimenting with it. I was like, no.
Okay. What am I going to do to
Better
this guy?
not reload everyone. Yeah, we reloaded everyone. Good lord. All right, cool.
Stuff.
It should connect you back automatically. I hope. Is oh, one of the snails. Which one? Okay, can't really get to anything useful. Actually, Rufus.
Oh, I thought it was my turn.
Yeah. There's one of them that's hidden
Ah.
on the turn order. He's right there. So, Rufus. Poor Rufus.
Don't you dare touch my bird.
Are you in your own sentence? Yeah, I guess you'd be in your own sentence. Okay. This is going to be weird then, because what happens is Rufus flapping there near it, you see it moves away from Rufus and crawls up the wall, Revia, and you see it get to where Rufus's shadow is being emitted from from the light of Carrick, I guess. Wait, yeah, no, actually, Carrick's around the corner, so there is none. Okay, cool. We can have to move around. In that case, then Ignir.
Can I even really see at this point?
You can't see it, can you? Can you see it? Can you see this one? From your actual token?
I don't think, because I have no dark vision. Unless there's light over there, I can't see anything.
Nope. I mean, like if you've
Yeah.
got vision of it though, as a
I
player,
don't think he would because I'm basically only emitting.
dim light, which he can't see in.
You can
Right,
see in
cool.
dim light, right?
He can't, no. Not unless he's got dark vision. No, wait.
So you only can see in bright light.
No.
That doesn't make sense.
Hold on. First of all, Kibble, can you actually see?
I think he's just like 5. I think he's like just 5 feet away from there. Now can you see it? I think you're just out of
I mean, I
vision.
can see the token. I'm just
That's
saying,
all
can
I'm
I
asking.
actually?
Yeah, that's all
Okay,
I'm asking. If you can see the
but
token,
should I be able to?
then you can see it. That's fine. All right, I'd like you to roll a Constitution saving throw.
Oh,
Okay. That's unfortunately a fail. You take 6 points of necrotic damage as you see this snail reach over towards your shadow. It latches onto the floor and begins drinking heavily.
oh my god, so
Cool.
creepy.
That's grim.
Jason, it's your go. And if you can see the tokens, you can see the creatures.
Yeah.
Okay? The lighting should all be good now.
So wait, do I not get a turn then?
That's not yet your turn.
It's
No, your turn's down. Where is your turn?
Oh, okay. Sorry.
I rolled
thought
for
that
you.
that was my turn. You were saying.
No, we're on turn order 15 at the moment.
You take your turn to get attacked.
That's a 22 to hit for 19 points of fire damage.
Oof. Okay. You're interrupting it in the middle of its feeding. You see this fiery blast hit upside the shell, which is a clean hit, shatters a part of it, and blood splats from its mouth as it reels up. Okay. That's a good hit. Anything else? Any movement?
I took a couple of steps to the side just to make sure that I wasn't casting any shadows that guy could nom down on, although I do remember there's guys coming from this way, so might be
Mhm.
that instead I'll go this way.
Okay.
That
Cool.
way I'm out of shadow
Good movement.
casting thingy.
Okay, Revire. This one has tried to get away from you. Although it didn't see you, because you were invisible, now it's moved out of the way, and it seems like it was obvious where it was trying to get to. It was trying to get to the other side so that it could feed on Ignis' shadow.
Nasty. You maybe able to aim at it from here, or do I need to move forward a little bit? I'm trying to stay visible.
It has kind of moved around the corner, but you can still hit it. It's just going to have some cover.
Yeah, okay, cool. And I have help from the roofies.
Yes, you do have help.
Let's not call him roofies, shall
I said Rufus.
He helps.
I'm
He helps people
sorry.
go night.
Oh,
Forget me,
God.
Taz.
Oh, that's nasty. Yeah. Okay. Despite its hard shell, you managed to sink one arrow just below it into the soft, sticky flesh, and it looks hurt. Kind of reels back with a squeal.
23 for help.
It's another hit. Yeah. They have AC, but it's not proving much.
Perfect. Good ambusher is number 7. On that one, and extra attack.
Okay.
16.
16 actually misses, finally. It pulls itself into its shell, and it's bobbling around on that now, kind of like wobbling, but it looked like it was really hurt before it recoiled in.
Perfect.
Okay. The one at the very back of the tunnel is far enough for Igni, and you can't see it. And so you just take a whopping... There's no save when you
You
can't...
still have to make a.
No
Oh.
save when you can't see it. 16 points of necrotic damage. They are drinking heavily, and more. It feels like with each time you've been drained, it gets worse. Like they're slowly tipping like a glass, and as it tips, more and more of your blood is pouring out, gushing at this point. Carrick.
Cool. I only can cast light once, huh?
You can actually have multiple
Can't have, like-
sources of it, I think.
You
Does
can.
it say it? Well, some
No,
cantrips
it's
say that
one
you can...
object. Yeah, that's like prestidigitation, I think,
okay.
and like
My bad.
thaumaturgy and stuff like that. Ooh.
Unless you have bigger light spell prepared.
You could throw the object you're holding so that it's casting the shadows the other way.
Yeah. Right.
Those are just me keeping track of something. Vi, you can see.
I'm going to bonus action spiritual weapon on the beastie.
Okay. Go ahead, roll a hit.
Alright, sorry. Tech.
The little icons have also changed, but you gotta select your character to do that. Wow, 24 to hit. Yeah, that's gonna hit. And I think with that,
And...
roll the damage.
Oof.
Oh,
Wait, I did it wrong. But yeah, 9 damage. Or 8 damage, sorry.
that's still enough to crack the outer shell, and you see it bubble and almost pop like a leech, and it explodes in a blood splatter. Well, I would say it explodes, but it's just the mouth where it's been feeding that kind of explodes. The rest of the body is intact, and the shell's cracked open. It is dead.
And then did I get a sense that Ignir got attacked by something that would have had to be like way down this way?
Correct, yes.
I will use my 30 feet of movement. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Okay.
And then
now Ignir Shadow is cast behind him,
right.
and Jason Shadow is cast onto the wall. Go back there.
Okay.
Because there's one here, there's one there, yeah. And there's okay, I like that. Or actually, I guess I still have an action, which I will. Yeah, and I don't see a third. I don't see a second one anywhere.
If you can see the token, you can see them.
Right. Okay. I can't.
Oh, actually,
so I will.
There is a bit of a. What the heck is blocking your vision? No, yeah, it's actually just out of sight, just barely from you. Yeah. Wow.
And I will. So I'll use my. And how high is this overhead?
How high is the? Oh, overhead. You mean? So it's about. Yeah, measuring. About 40 foot high, apparently. Jeez.
Okay.
Well, from where you are, it's about 35. That's about it. And it's kind of arched.
I will use my action to mage hand and grab the pebble that's got light cast on it and pull that directly above, so I can think I move it 30 feet. Yeah.
You want to hold it above
so then the shadow
becomes shorter.
Yeah, shadows are shorter and would be coming straight down, pretty much almost.
Yeah. Okay.
Above.
The light
Ignir and I.
spreads out into the room much clearer, and you actually do see, as you raise the light source up, you see that there are 2 more of these snails very high and tucked up in the corners, and yeah, that's going to be annoying. They're going to have to try and drop down. You see them? One here, one
cool.
there.
That's my action.
They were hiding up on the roof of that. Okay, nice. That's gonna be your turn.
Light them up.
Now you're up.
Okay. So, and now I can see because Carrick.
Light.
Yeah, if you can see it.
They are in dim light, but you can see them.
Okay. Then I'm going to just launch a couple Eldritch Blasts at the north one.
Okay. You have disadvantage on the attacks.
Is that shift or command?
It's control.
Control.
All right. So 13, it sees the light and sort of recoils away into the shell and it bounces off it. Likewise with the 10 as well.
Wonderful. I'm going to back up a couple to the left.
Okay. That is interesting. All right. One of the snail turns. I gotta move. Okay, that's its turn. This one's out of. He's not been added. That makes sense. They're at the bottom. All right, cool.
Well, they are slow.
Yeah. 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3. Okay. They're dashing. If a snail could ever dash. Dashing. Where's the one right at the bottom? Here he is. Okay. So, annoying. We've done this. Making the light up there is. I have to get close. This one approaches, but seems to be a bit wary of the light. And can't really get over there. Okay. It's going to take its action to recoil into its shell. And that'll be its turn. Woot. Jason, well, back to you.
Well, I don't see why I should mess around with a winning formula. Oh, that's why.
What'd you get? 20.
20 to hit, 5 points of fire damage.
Which one are you trying to hit?
This chap over
This one? Okay. Because he's recoiled. Oh, wait, you got 20? That's literally just one under. He is unfortunately pulled into his shell and has become almost completely impervious, and that firebolt pings off of it. But you can roll again. Oh, wait, no, you got
No, I can't.
cantrip.
That's it.
Okay. Alright then. Any movement?
I'm going to get closer to my buddies now that now that the light's above us.
Okay, that makes your shadow incredibly short as it's now just sort of underneath you, directly underneath you.
Now we're thinking portals.
Ravaya, you'll go.
Okay, I'm just gonna scooch up here, and then let's just start pewing at the guy that's back.
Yep.
Ceiling. Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
Good.
Yeah.
Sorry. That's 18.
Was it this one?
Yeah, I think I did target him. It's the
You
one.
you have targeted it. So I'll explain on the break. There's a little targeting module I've added, but it's currently only showing your default avatar because I don't think you've
Sorry.
selected an avatar yet. It's all right. We'll figure that out on the break. Anyway, that is still a hit because it hasn't pulled into its shell, and you do get 11 points, 7 points, 18 damage. Yes, he is looking bad. Poor snail, trying to maybe even pull back into the tunnel at this point, realizing he can't get a good bite on you. Not like this. Okay, this one's going to come back out. 5, 10. Okay. Via, you can make. Oh no, still not enough. Never mind. They're going to have to dash to get closer because the shadow, being so high, your shadow only kind of extends out, like to maybe there or such. And so this snail kind of rushes forward. It's about to kind of like latch onto the head of your shadow. So just bear that in mind. Carrick, your turn.
It walked right onto where my spiritual weapon is, so I might as well use my bonus action to whack it.
I forgot where that is.
Does it knocked the other? So so that's 10 force damage to the one that Ravaya hit.
Okay.
And then, as my action, I'll do a Toll the Dead. Yeah, trying to like focus on the shell to like
Okay.
resonate. So
13 fails. Oh no. Okay.
so 11 points of necrotic damage.
The necrotic damage, as you try to leech it, doesn't look like it's as effective as what you'd hope. The creature is resilient to the leeching powers of death.
Got it.
It is Igmir's go. This one is
Okay.
not.
So we got the one in the shell, one far away, and the one that Eric's been wailing on.
Yeah.
I guess I will. Also, I will try and aim for its stupid tentacle face with some bolts of Eldritch Blast, because I need to stay away from these things.
Alrighty. This one's wounded. And this one's wounded. Oh boy. Yep, that's gonna shatter its shell regardless of its protected.
The nat 20 did a weird little magic
Nice.
thing. I love it. I
Okay.
loved it.
Oh yeah, do you like that? Yeah. So yes, your shadowy essence whirls around, creates like a little whirlpool beneath him, and it's the only place he isn't protected. It's underneath the snail. You're fighting shadows with shadows, and as it surges upwards, it snaps its jaws and ends that little. Yeah, with that ends its little snaily life.
I don't like these.
Okay. It's. Oh, it's that guy's guy. He's dead. No. Get him off the turn order. What about this one? It's also dead. Never mind.
Huzzah!
There is one right at the very bottom. He's okay. He's crawling up. He's close enough. He's gonna try and latch on to. Where did he move to? He's gone from here. He can go 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. They could choose either one, Jason or Ignat. Let's roll a d2. Jason, you're 2. Okay. Latch onto your shadow. You see him, and he's going to impose a con save on you.
I am amazing at con saves.
Okay. Okay.
You are a beefy boy.
Look at it.
Oof.
Look at it.
Oh dear. You take 8
Wait.
points of necrotic damage as this little bounder, as you would put him, has rushed up behind you, right underneath your shadow, and
How does a snail rush?
he's got legs. It's the funniest thing. It's gonna be Rufus's go.
Rufus is going to give
Yeah, you
Revive
should be
a help action.
Mhm.
Ends Rufus's turn.
Okay. You should be happy these things have got legs. Otherwise, they kind of resemble snakes with shells in
No,
them.
snakes don't have shells. Don't try it. It's a very simple formula.
If this, then that.
Take lizard minus legs equals snake.
The other one, seeing this work, has rushed up as well. And it's your turn again. Wait,
Slug.
yeah.
Oh,
Shell.
there's 5?
There's a few of them, yeah.
Okay.
That one was hiding in the other tunnel all the way around the back. He's coming back around.
Do they get opportunity attacks for attacking my shadow?
Um,
Because then in
no.
theory, all I'd be able to do is that, and then they can't attack my shadow.
No, they don't. They don't attack you. They only attack your shadow. But if your shadow provokes an attack of opportunity,
Oh,
okay.
pop some glyphs into that shit.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm gonna hump some glyphs into that shit. We still haven't figured out how that works.
Okay. You can use a charge or up to 7 charges as you smack it. Well, I've said that you can use it as raw until you get out of this place, or if you get out of this place. And at that point, that's when I'll make the adjustments. So for now, if you wanted to use all 7 and go ham, you absolutely could.
I'm going to burn 2 runes.
Mm-hmm.
To thus add 2d4, let's call it fire and cold.
Fire and cold.
of
Okay.
each. And
You
are
can
we
roll
still counting the crit on that?
Yep. For now,
That's
we'll count that.
4d4 of each. So that's 8d4.
Get it?
Okay.
Oof.
4d4. This is the fire damage. 10. R. 4d4.
Yeah.
This is the cold damage for 7. And then
Yeah.
and then can I chuck a booming blade, green flame blade on that?
You can, and it will hit the other one.
Groovy. So the first one's taking another 3 points, and then the second one's taking 13 points.
13. Woo. Oh god, there's this devastating crack that booms into the entire heart chamber. It's enough that you see like cold runes and fiery runes erupt, and it shatters the shell, leaving only this burnt and frozen body of a snail.
Suck on
Look-
that!
Perfect. Revive.
Okay. Sorry, do I have the help action again? I
You do this.
can't remember things.
Yes, but that help.
Go, call and go.
Oh. 26, yeah, that's a hit.
That's just something I said. Me. And where did I keep going?
This one's already quite wounded. And a 16 just barely misses. I'm afraid. And that one is just the same. It kind of ricochets off the shield, the shell.
Don't you get the +2 for flanking, or?
He's not. We're not flanking this one.
Oh, okay.
It had stealthily snuck up on you guys, but okay. Get off the turn, all of you. Dead. Carrick, it's your go.
All right. So I will focus on the one that's right next to me. We'll do spiritual weapon.
Okay. That's a hit,
Man,
and that will
getting
also.
really lucky with this spiritual weapon.
You've been
It seems
rolling
like-
really well, like too well. And
Yeah.
our luck
Yeah.
later on in the session.
I have a feat for that.
The snail spins around to try and block the blows from Revire, and it's using its shield as a makeshift shield. And the spiritual weapon comes around from the front and whacks it, and it falls onto its back, cracking the shell and leaving it wounded enough that it starts just wriggling and twitches its final wriggle. Got one left by the look.
And I hit that one with my action of damage total dead.
Okay.
Even though I forgot. It's actually resistant to that stuff, but that's the only damaging cantrip I have.
I'm afraid it also passed somehow. Yeah, Ignia, your turn.
Cool. I'm going to swing around behind this thing and does something special against these.
Okay. Oh, the crit, guys! No, oh, the crit! Ah. It's already dead. No, that's actually good damage. The snail is impaled. Snailed? Yes. You are easily able to almost finish this thing off. It's on its last legs. And that applies because it does have it. But yes. All snail is going to have to maybe retreat at this point. Rufus?
Once again, Revive's getting action.
Okay. Gotcha. Gonna swirl around behind you, and you're the only one with a shadow that's
Oh no!
nice and long. But you can
Oh no!
see it. You can roll a Constitution save, Ignia. Uh-oh.
I
Yes,
can see it doing this, right?
you can see it, but that only means you get to roll a save. Otherwise, wait, those are d6s.
Oh my.
Apologies, those are
How did
d6s.
I take that last chunk of damage, by the way? Because I missed that happening.
All right.
Like, you were at half-ish before.
Yeah, I was at like 30, and then suddenly I was at 16, and I don't see how that happened.
That was from me rolling 5d4 from earlier.
Gotcha. Well, I'm unconscious now. If that's
Um,
right too.
No, you're on 2. Because I meant to not roll d6, I meant to roll d4. So you've taken 14, you're left
I
in...
would like to point a finger at its face, mutter something very obscene, and blast it with fire.
Okay, Hellish Rebuke. Dex save, right?
Yep.
Okay. What's your save, DC?
16 probably.
Damn.
Holy shit.
This poor snail is gone. And it's with it is a trail of your own blood that streaks across the room as it flies back in fire.
No one makes me bleed my own blood.
Except you. It hits the back wall and there's this sickening splat noise. Okay.
Beautiful.
That's going to end combat, and you have 5 tasty snails, all de-shelled.
Yeah, but these are like man-sized.
Some are
Holy sh-
frozen. Some are ray.
Does anyone have like a shrink ray?
Um,
I'm happy to carve them up.
I'll
These
say that
things suck.
without their shells, they kind of look like small creatures.
Okay.
Pop them out.
Has anyone got a bag? I don't really want to put them in my bag because, I mean, I've got scrolls and stuff in there and they're icky.
yeah, I've got a backpack. We'll just stuff it. Just like really just fill the entire volume. I'll hit Ignir with some healing. I'm not healing you. Okay. I'll hit you with a cure wounds.
Okay. Yep, that thing
Oh my
nearly
God.
sucked Ignir dry. And you can tell
So bad.
there's nothing left of him to restore. It's just, you try to heal him, it's like, you're going to need a blood transfusion, not healing.
Okay. We all have performance
Garrick,
issues.
okay.
I can do it. I can.
Garrick will look at that. Like, it's fine. There. There.
Do you need any more?
Thanks.
I'm sure it
Yeah.
happens to everyone. Don't worry.
Look, sometimes you just get more out of the second time you do stuff.
Maybe just, give it 5 minutes, relax, stop thinking about it for a while, and it'll come back.
Mhm.
Just,
I mean, I'm undead, so healing doesn't come naturally to me anymore.
I'll give him a second level cure wounds just to try and get him a
Always
little
playing
bit
the
closer.
undead card.
There
That's
you
the
go.
only card I have. Oh my God. Shamed. So shamed.
There you go. So you can have 15.
Yeah. Oh. And so did we have to go through the Ina said we needed to go through the heart?
Yes.
Or could we just go?
Through the heart to reach the lungs. Yes.
Okay.
Makes sense.
If there's more of these and they only feast on shadows, maybe it's worthwhile if I don't use the light, and then Ignir and I just like hold hands with you guys.
Because it's really dark. here otherwise, isn't it?
It is dark in here, yeah. Without light, you would be blind, but your superior dark vision allows you to see in complete darkness. So you would be leading the way.
Okay. Well, if you want to turn your light off, someone hold on to me and then someone come to them and then.
Or I could light the way in. Where do we want it? We'd want it the light in front of us,
I think.
or directly above us. I don't know. I could just hold the light directly above us still.
Yeah, above us is probably safest if we can.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and then we just go quickly.
Yeah.
Mm. Okay, then. So you stuff as many of these as you can into your backpack, and they do sort of meld, and it's easier to stuff a thing that has no bones. So when you're pushing them in, they kind of squelch together, right, and form one big gelatinous ball.
Like thumbing in a softie.
Yeah, that thing.
Yeah.
Yes.
Push and rope.
It's like trying to put toothpaste back in the tube. It's like trying to play snooker with rope. It's like trying to. You know what? We're done with these analogies. Let's go.
Sorry.
All right. So you've moved up.
This is what your Mondays were
I
missing.
missed
knew
you
it.
guys so much.
As you do go, there is one little snail that quickly pulls away from behind the wall.
Yeah, can we just display the bodies of its 5 friends stuffed into a bag as a warning?
So you see him in the distance slither away. And as he does, you notice there is this glassy trail of slime behind him that solidifies.
Oh, they made the glass.
Gross.
Glass.
It's really
Glass
That's gross.
queen.
Glass queen.
You are presented with 3 different directions. Far to the east far to the west rather, it's a tunnel that goes down. Doesn't seem as glassy as the others. To the right or the east even, there is another tunnel that kind of goes straight. And there's another tunnel that goes on north. You have 3 different directions. Crossroads. Pump, pump. Boom, 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 boom.
Should we flip a coin?
From when I got an overview of the kind of layout and was able to memorize it, can I make an educated guess?
Educated, yes, but a guess nonetheless. Go ahead and roll a medicine check rather than a survival check.
Okay, I'm kind of dumb. Nope,
No,
I'm good.
whoa.
Oh,
Okay. Woo, look at that.
oh, Kirsty's does a different little sparkle.
It does.
So what
They
way are
all-
we going?
I want a nice one.
Okay. There is a multitude of tunnels. Now that you kind of walked the outskirts of this heart, you realize it's actually kind of on its side, and going to either side of this would actually end up going into either the throat or some other part that's connected to the heart. You know that the sides will definitely lead to one of the lungs, and because it's on its side, and because you rolled an natural 20, you're not confused by this. You realize that heading straight up will lead you to the lungs.
Perfect. Let's.
Or at least by human standards, they should. You're not sure if crocodile's anatomy is different from that? One can only hope.
We'll soon find out.
Okay. So, down the tunnel you tread, and tiny little fractures of glass give way to a more squelchy sound. And as you kind of get to this area, you start to feel a spring in your step, as if the tubing of the tunnel becomes, kind of rubbery. And the pulsing, pumping heart kind of fades into the distance and is replaced with a windy sound.
Hey,
It almost sounds like the sea, but it's in and out, and you see the walls expand and then decrease and expand again.
Oh, guys, it's
There's
just
a-
like that movie.
Well, or the magic school bus. No, never mind. All right. So in
Should
here,
we?
Mhm.
I mean, we're not trying to be. Are we trying to be sneaky? Should we just yell, "Look out for Shikokurat"?
Hmm. See what else?
Do we have any other way to locate it?
I mean, high level magic.
Did you specify which lung? Or just lungs?
Oh, that's true.
Oh,
Ooh.
is that what the other side connects to? Does the other side connect to the other lung?
Lungs should connect to lungs, but there's usually a series of tubes that do that. Which tube is a bit of a mystery, because as you enter into here, instead of 3 options, you're presented with a mezzanine of them. And disturbingly, some of them almost look severed in places. And I'd like everyone to just make a general perception check as you look around, trying to find, or even hear, or even smell Sikuku. Hmm.
Rufus
Okay.
with that 21.
21 is coming in close.
Good.
See, you see, Rufus is the only one who's actually laid eyes on the creature, and as they start to sniff the air, they're keenly aware that there is a fragrant smell in amongst all the other acidic and blood-like smells in here. And it's a whole mixture, I can tell you, because this is air and it's being filtered. So there's a lot of different scents in the swirling breathing noise. And there's another smell that's not a smell, sorry, there's another sound that also accompanies that smell. And it's sort of a very light chirping and chattering noise. Seems to be coming from one of these tunnels, and Rufus is starting to lead the way. As they take flight, they are suddenly. I need a Rufus tech save, which is a very odd one, but yeah,
Does this
Is it
matter at all?
because it's windy in here?
it
Yeah,
is very
windy.
windy. Yeah, that's exactly why. Flyby? Nope, it's not an attack. It's an area.
Damn it, Rufus.
Okay, he tries to fly.
Sturdy day.
He tries to fly towards the tunnel and is suddenly woof, knocked back, and he's flown past you guys, almost down the tunnel he just came. And he comes skidding to a halt all the way down. He basically falls prone.
Oh.
Yeah, wasn't there anything
Breaking
terrible? But he cannot fly. He just cannot fly in here. That's all. He's not used to it.
Unsummon him, and then I'm gonna resummon him as like a mole.
Okay.
In my front pocket. And I think he gains tremor sense.
Okay.
Just in case.
For like 10 feet or something, right?
Yeah, it's more that I just don't want him getting buffeted around.
Yeah. Oh,
Yeah, a mole is doable. He turns into. He sort of shakes his head as if trying to shake off this little fall he's just taken. And he still looks around, starts to sniff, but instead with a little pointed nose. And he still knows the way. He does remember it, regardless of if he can't smell it. He starts to crawl along the floor instead, and all your hair is wafted backwards, if you have hair. And you see the wind is going in and out of these pipes. But Rufus kind of leads down the way. And at this point, you start to see that some of the flesh is peeled back with large hooks that seem to be embedded into the flesh, almost giving you an open look into what's above. And you're expecting to see more like organic looking flesh, but instead there's this gaping like wound. It looks like something's been stabbed through the lungs. Maybe it's a stab, maybe it's some sort of other like affliction, but it doesn't look healthy regardless. In fact, those with Arcana proficiency can roll and see if they recognize what this is.
God damn it.
Okay. Yeah,
Yes,
to
it's
you,
got a proficiency.
to Carrick and Ignite, it definitely looks like a stab wound. It looks like maybe a spear or a large pike. But to Jaslyn,
Don't
that
worry,
is it.
boys. I've got this.
That is perfect. It looks too round to be a spear, and the fact that it's like almost like another tunnel gives you an idea that there's a tunnel where it shouldn't be. By the way, it's not like a pipe, and it doesn't seem to be like drawing air either. It seems like this wound was inflicted with a spell that would make a perfect hole like that is likely the disintegration type spell.
Someone hit
And
this
that-
guy with some heavy ordnance.
Mm-hmm. And yeah, you would be correct. The spell is incredibly powerful. Only a high level caster is capable of wielding such magic. But yeah, he sustained it nonetheless. And that's kind of over here if you want to see. Beyond it, you can see maybe more like flesh and lungs, but it's not like the actual roof of the lung. It's maybe just other organs and such. So yes, you can confirm the Bachelor sustained a disintegration spell at some point.
Looks like we're not the
Down
only
this
person
That tomb?
with a beef with the Bachelor.
Okay, moving on and into this tunnel. This extends into a fork, but using the medicine check from earlier, Ravi, you know that it will obviously split. There's another pipe that goes to the esophagus, and then you've just crossed over into the other lung. But instead of finding a lung, fleshy and filled with pipes of different colors, you instead enter into what looks to be a ballroom. And you hear music playing. This is going to be true.
Right. Oh.
Ah, Shantae.
Funny enough, it does feel like that kind of Baroque sort of century. Yeah, here we go.
Well, we're not
Brandenburg,
dressed in this.
Concerto number 3. Yes, perfect.
Oh, well, this
Violin.
is more like it.
Oh.
Enough doom and gloom.
No, we're good. Where is... Oh, there. I'm just going to bring you back to this map for now. So, this ballroom is decorated with glass beads that glitter like eyes far above you. There is a luxury rug, except the rug doesn't sit still. It sort of wriggles slightly and smells. There's a scent, but it's like it's being masked. The scent is of like guano, but there's a fragrant mask over the top of it, and that seems to be kind of in the air, visible as well. This orange smoke sort of drifts in a light haze, and roosting above the pillars are kingfishers. They seem to be hanging upside down like bats. Many of them have different colors. Some have bills barbed like harpoons, and some are sort of rounded like toucans, like you. Of this incense, and it swirls and spreads as the wings unfurl. Ah! You've made it to Sikukuru's little domain. Welcome, welcome. And you brought your friends.
Yes, yes. Hello, Sikukuru.
Did you bring the tapestry?
Well, no.
Oh, why? Why
Because
not?
we found something better, my friend.
Oh, what?
Guess.
You see this little sniffing bird flutter around. Oh, it's It's delicious!
Yes.
Smells like... Well, it smells like your souls!
Oh God.
Oh
What?
shit!
No,
What?
Oh,
no.
no.
Snails.
But they were feeding on our souls.
Oh.
Precisely! Oh, you've done well! You've let them gorge!
I mean, we kind of blew them up a bit.
What in particular? Oh, the blood of a dragon! Delicious. Please.
I just growl softly.
You see it starts to fly around excitedly, and it would go over to some of the nearby shelving of this ballroom, and its beak clasps a glass, and it comes over and places it on one of the tables. It says, "Fill her up."
I mean, this isn't what I had in mind.
No, no.
Better than giving him a tapestry, though, so...
Can I? Yeah.
Could I roll an Arcana check to see if, now that the soul is out and in the leech, it's not going to do any, like, more harm if Sakukuru noms down on it, if you know what I mean? Like, it's already out.
Yeah.
So, yeah, you can roll an Arcana check.
Carrick could like maybe just like to help him, like it just with like a. Yeah, I think, and whatever you come up with, he'll agree with you.
There.
Oh. Does that constitute a help action? I got a 22.
Yeah, because you are one who has lost one's soul. You can look into it. It doesn't look visibly like a soul. It looks like blood. And maybe life force manifests as blood here. However, what you're more keenly aware of is that Ignir is definitely not dead. He's had a life force sucked out of him. And this is more of an Arcana check based on what necrotic damage is. And that is the sapping of life force. It hasn't completely consumed his soul. It's basically just tapped it, which can be replenished over time. Your soul will recover, but yeah, he's just tapped into your soul. Whoever's been drained by these snails, it's kind of like processed it into blood, pouring it from your shadow. But it is not actually your physical soul. It is more like your life force, a portion of it.
Bottoms up.
So yeah, I think he's okay to chow down. Is that what
Many spells kind of draw life from others, and it doesn't necessarily kill the creature or suck their soul right out. You'd need very powerful magic to do something like that.
Like it's already out of you, so
That's true.
we can't put it back in.
Indeed.
That'd be like putting toothpaste back in a tube.
Yeah, it's already. And besides, would you want to? It's kind of been through a snail.
Sure. Oh, which one of you is squeezing that fresh snail for me?
Should we just empty the bag out in front of him? Actually, no. First things first.
Oh, no, that's unrefined.
Yes, no, quite right. First things first, however. I've showed you mine. Now it's time for you to show me around.
Of course, I shall be your guide. One way leads to more like yourselves.
And
Those who have not been trapped.
I'd
The
just like
other
you to verbally confirm that you are doing us this favor, and that the debt accrued has been paid with these here snails.
Indeed, you shall be guided to your friend. If you can keep up. I don't wait around for dilly-dallies.
Okay. Well, I'll get to pouring out a snail.
Excellent.
Yeah, I think we would use like between Ignir, Yas, and myself, we'd maybe use our mage hands. So like, I just feel like the idea of using my hands to squeeze a snail juice out would be pretty repulsive.
Yeah. So who's doing it?
I'll ring it like a rag.
Jason will do
Yeah.
it. He's pretty much dead anyway, so you know.
Alright.
body-
And,
But with mage hands, we have mage hands for this. It's sterile.
Oh well, he could have told me that before I started.
What kind of wizard are you, man?
I'm one who's mighty fed up. No one ever told me when I signed up at the academy that I'd end up doing bloody this, squeezing bloody snails for a bird.
This is the other duties as assigned.
Where are sea cuckoo man? And she goes and fetches 2 more glasses. One for you, and one for you.
Oh, I'm
and
good,
pass-
thanks.
Passes them to Carrick and Ignir. Oh, not Carrick and Ignir. Carrick and Jason. But if you're good, then she just rests on the table. Oh, each their own. It looks like you're just in need of a little pepper.
Yeah, Carrick will take a shot.
I would say in... we don't... Do we?
You don't know.
I'd say in Celestial and Elvish,
Mhm.
don't eat of their food.
Okay.
Same
It
rules as the hag.
It responds in Elvish and says, with very staccato laughter, and says, "Oh, this is your food, though, is it not?
I've given it to you
Hmm.
in exchange for
Yes,
the looking around.
Do as you please." And you see that the long beak dips into the lip of the glass and it begins drinking, much like a not a kingfisher, a hummingbird would, like they're drinking out of a flower. Oh, such sweet nectar!
Carrick kind of elbows Ignir, like, well, at least you taste good. I mean, how embarrassing it would be if you tasted bad.
I just eye you very, very angrily. Mostly because you took a sip.
I didn't.
Okay, yeah. Justin warned him against it.
Oh,
So,
I thought that was still gonna stand. Fine. I still eye you angrily.
now. Sort of slaps its beak and says, "Now, onwards to your friend. Follow along. Follow my fragrant smells." And it wafts another orange, like, cloud into the air, which does mask the smell and stench of this carpet. And be careful not to step on any roaches.
Okay.
You see that there's roaches in amongst the guano, like rolling around like dung beetles.
Let's see.
And it spreads its wings and swoops into a tunnel beyond the ballroom. And it's there where we will take a short break.
Lovely.
We'll be right back. Perhaps you can get a glass of your own beverage, your own favorite nectar. And welcome back. They now have the cuckoo roots, the bird godling, to waft and guide the way with their fragrant orange smells. They have flown through one of these tunnels, and as it does, it says, "Try to keep up." And she is going at quite the pace. You can imagine how fast a bird flies. It's literally going that fast. So I'm going to drag this onto another map. And in fact, actually, let's reduce this token size real quick. Now she moves as swiftly as Rufus does. You guys on foot can have a little bit of a hard time keeping up. So we're not going to roll initiative or anything for this. Instead, we're going to actually just go by what you can keep up with on the actual module, on the actual game. So starting point is here. She's just flown through a tunnel down from the ceiling of this chamber, and you guys slide in, trying to like keep up with her, and you end up.
Oh, it's
Sorry.
loading.
Yeah,
Sorry,
it will be
I didn't
loading.
realize it was the map was loading.
It will be for a while. Don't worry. I'm not going to go until you guys are definitely on. You might need to reload your Foundry if you were on the break, because I shut it down and closed it again.
Ah, that'll load.
Yeah. So just load it back up for us. Okay.
This is taking a while to load it.
Yeah, it will. It's a big one. But anyway, it's a brief description. You do see that the winding tunnels lead around and around, and it's almost going down like a flume ride, effectively. And you end up bouncing onto this very squishy, plump room that's filled to the brim with like blood vessels. Whatever chamber this is, it led on from the lung, but anyone's guess to where it goes. Oh boy. Where's my cage? There it is.
Okay, now I'm just back at the main thing.
Okay, I'll
It's
pull you
still going for me.
Okay, it's moving now though, which is nice. Okay, now it's not moving anymore.
Oh. My goodness. I can only see Carrick in the game right now, so maybe it's waiting for you.
I always used to get to a point
Yeah, my
where it stops.
map is still loading. I'm loading inside the Bachelor 3.
Yeah, that's the right one.
Mine says it's
Tell
at
you what, I'll
100%,
do.
but nothing's actually coming up.
Okay, I'll just close it again and just start again. Start fresh.
So are we refreshing?
I'm gonna refresh as well, yeah. Just to make sure
Because
it's
I
all
mean,
good.
I think I'm here.
You were, yeah. If the others were having trouble, I had to just reload and try again.
Okay. Okay.
Alright, it's back up now. This map is pretty damn big. Maybe I should reduce it. Yeah, it's a bit too.
Yeah, it doesn't want to seem to. Oh, maybe.
Hmm.
It doesn't want to seem to.
No.
To go.
Doesn't look like you're connected to the game either. I mean, it might not be the map. It actually might just be my thing.
I'm on now, I think, but I don't see a map. It's all gray.
Okay. At the moment, I've only got me on connected. Now Carrick's joined. Now Jadson's joined.
Okay. Oh, I'm on the map.
Oh, okay. Damn, because I just pulled you onto the other one.
Yeah, so I can see the, normal
Yeah.
map that we've been looking at.
That's where you should be. That's correct. Okay. And revise them. Okay, that worked. We're all back. Now I'm going to attempt to pull you to the other map and see what happens. Okay.
Okay, I am seeing a thing.
You good? You look good. Yeah, everyone's here, right? Try
It's
moving
still
around.
loading in for Mr. Newt, but
Oh, sure.
my other browser, my player browser, is fine.
Cool. All right.
Come on, Mr. Newt.
It's a lot to load, I'll admit. This isn't what I'd usually do for a massive map like this. If everyone could just move around their tokens just to make sure you're... Yeah, cool. Alrighty.
Yes, and Mr. Newt is in.
Alrighty. Nice. Okay. So, thanks for that little bit of patience. In that case, then, we can begin the jungle run. She says, alright, this way! And the staccato laughter begins to fly off and into the distance. And, yeah.
Got a
off we
slow
go.
on her.
Good luck. I mean, sure. Are you actually?
No, I don't have
Oh,
that.
all right. I paused for a moment, thinking you actually were going to go for that.
I'm boozled.
I won't just because it might turn out to be like a hostile move.
Yeah, kind of, I guess. She stops in her tracks a moment. She says, "Ooh, go quietly in this room." Need a stealth check from everyone.
Look meaningfully at Ravia.
That's the trace.
Yeah. Oh my god.
There's our bad rolls.
Happening?
There they go.
Here I am with
They're
36.
plus 10, plus 10, plus
Fine.
10, plus 10. Ravia, can you cast Pass Without a Trace on us?
Oh my
that?
god.
I didn't
Wow.
hear you. Can you repeat that?
Well, that was a little bit loud. You start to see in this chamber creatures beginning to burrow, bursting from the ground, like actually sinking their mandibles through the flesh. And well, they have definitely been alerted to your presence. That much is obvious. They don't seem to be that menacing, except until a large one comes out. Let me see where he is. It can be. So these large creatures, they look kind of like overgrown leeches,
It's a tremor.
start emerging from the walls, from the ceiling. One of them drops down right in front of you, Carrick, and you see the laughter goes to panic. No! Ah! Kill them! And I'd like everyone to see you spinning.
Yes, are you okay?
I'd like everyone to roll initiative, and hopefully this will be a fast combat. We'll go lightning race. I can't believe 2 natural ones. That was rough.
Those are some big bricks.
It's a big one, yeah. Okay.
Nope, no. Jesus. Come on. Why do you not want me to roll?
Okay. Grig's turn. 5, 10, 15. This chamber is massive. Way bigger than I intended it to be. Well, that's an advantage for you because they're going to take a while to get to you. So this one just dashes, gets up into this area. And the one in the front of you, though, because it's just dropped from the ceiling, will immediately go for an attack on
No.
you two. One is on Ignir. Sorry, Ignir. It's not your day.
What is it?
Okay.
Well, the 4, right? Was that his attack or no?
No, that was just to see which one it can go for. I didn't want to be mean and just choose. Oh my god. It is really
Chris,
not
don't count. Chris, don't count.
good, lord. Ignir, you see this Grig spring forward from the ground, latch onto your throat, and this tentacle is only the worst part, like the first half. As the tentacles pull you forward, you see the beak in the center of its mouth try to snap at you. And that's 19 to hit. Yep, that's going to hit. You take an extra 6 points of piercing as well. Good lord, that's nasty. Yep, makes one attack with his tentacle. If it hits, it gets to make the beak attack. So that's going to end its go. Rufus. Ooh.
Oh, Rufus is giving Ravia the help action.
Okay. And Ignir.
Well, I'm gonna stabby stab the worm thing with the spear because I have nothing else to do.
Go right for it. It's almost on your face. Okay. 24 to hit. Is a hit. 12. Nearly dead. 7. Ooh. Just barely away from death. So nearly dead. It's writhing around on your face. It's just holding on. Jansen.
I'm going to take a whip at this thing with...
Oh, that slices it into, or whips into.
Oh, nice. In which case... Yeah, I can do an attack with a cantrip, I think, I'm a blade singer.
Go for it.
Yeah.
Oof.
Oh, okay. That's gonna leave a scorched, wriggling mess on the floor.
These things aren't so tough.
No, they're not. Revive.
Wait until it gets on your face.
Do you want to move at all, or
No, I'm all good.
okay, revive?
Okay. Cool. Me and Rufus are gonna aim for this guy here. I mean, I'm gonna aim Rufus. Just gonna moral support. 7.
Did you go for the far one? Yeah, I see.
Yeah.
Yeah, this one's burrowing its way through the wall, and just as it gets his head free, 2 arrows sink into it, and the third one it snaps with its tentacles, slapping it out of the way.
Yeah, we'll just ignore that little attack.
Okay. The massive one, I have marked it as dead, starts to wriggle forward, and it's just going to dash all the way up to here. And then it's go. One from the wall rings forward. Gets to there. They're closing in. It's Carrick's go.
All right. Carrick is going to go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and cast Spirit Guardians,
Nice.
which should hit everybody.
Oh yeah, that will do. Yeah.
Continuing with the performance issues.
Oh,
This one fails. Takes 9, right? Oh no, so what?
yeah, 9.
7. No, it's not. Where's your actual damage? Oh, it's 7. 7 damage.
Oh, 7 damage. Right.
Okay, that leaves this one on 1, which is enough to live through it. Unless you wanted. No, you didn't have a bonus action. Okay. Gonna rush up to you, Carrick, with all of its movement, and take a quick technical attack.
It does have half movement, but I think it can
does,
still get
yeah.
there probably.
16 misses, and as it's unable to get a good latch onto your face, it cannot get its beak in. It's gonna end its go. Rufus.
Revise getting the help action again.
Okay. Idiot.
I guess I will start by shooting an Eldritch Blast at the one on the same line to the east of me.
Okay. As a hit.
Is it still alive?
Which one? This one? No, wait. That one. That one's still very much alive, yeah. Oh god, no.
And another!
With a bloody squelch, this thing is blasted away.
And I'm going to clear my throat and step behind Jasmine.
Jason. Good.
I'm going to throw a leveled spell at that bad boy. Let's chuck a first level chromatic orb at the big guy.
Go for it.
Oh, that is a critical hit on that chromatic orb.
Oh, jeez. Okay. Yeah. You see the orb enter into its mouth. It kind of like gulps, like, and you see its exploding insides rupture from its body, splattering gore everywhere. It's reeling around. It looks bloodied from just one attack.
Ew.
It's like its lower half is probably separated from its upper. But we know how worms work. Any movement?
I think I'm good where I am.
Okay, revive.
Okay, let's just try and get rid of the big guy. So that seems like a issue. Let's go.
Oh,
Fucking hell. Oh my god.
So
It's
many
happening,
crits.
guys. It's happening. These are turning into chowder. Was it 14?
That's 14, yeah.
That's exactly what you needed. Flipping it. Well,
Perfect.
well done. Okay. This arrow spinning through the upper half of its body like a drill just separates every tiny tissue from its tentacle-like form and is shattered into bits.
Awesome.
You've got an arrow. Another arrow to go.
do.
Good lord, double critting my big guy. Well,
I'd like to aim for the one to the left of it. My laptop did not like the not 20 animation.
okay. Oh,
So
did
when
it
I select it, 12, I'll miss. But
just about. It ducks away, seeing its massive leader is just flattered. Doesn't want to get hit either.
that's understandable. But yeah, that's
Okay.
a me.
However, it does start its turn in. Well, it's going to move into Spirit Guardians.
Right. So that's. Do I roll again? Or-
Um,
Does it make a save again?
I'll make it save. 17.
So half damage. Do I just do the 7 again, or do I?
We'll do a round of damage. So every round you'll re-roll. So only 4 points there. 5, 10, 15.
Wait, is this a new round or not?
25, 30. When it goes to your turn, you'll re-roll damage.
Got it. Got it.
Okay, it does get enough movement to get to you, and goes for a tentacle. Ooh,
I will impose luck on it. So I'll give
Re-roll.
it just. I'll have it real roll.
okay. 1 second. $16 misses. Okay,
Okay.
well played.
Carrick just kind of just like turns his face to the side as like the tentacle flashes right.
It's like almost you saw yourself getting hit, and then followed up by a beak. But in this reality, if you open your eyes, you see the attack going wide. You just duck away. There is no more attacks coming from it because it's missed its tentacle attack. So go ahead, Carrick. You can re-roll Spirit Guardian damage. This one's gonna die, by the way. It's gonna burn up when it comes around to its turn.
Okay, so it's 9 radiant for when that happens, but just on, and I'll just cast a Toll the Dead on that one.
Failed. Oops, why did I roll it? It does it automatically. It still failed, but yeah.
So-
Okay, nice. That's gonna just leave a tiny, crippled, and very dry looking, because it's kind of withering away now, mess on the floor. Rufus?
What is the bird doing? Our bird friend. Is it just fluttering up there?
It's evading everything. Doesn't want to get into the fight whatsoever. Never promised to help you
Yeah.
fight.
Yeah, I'll move this person.
If it is doing
myself
anything?
the help action. 'Cause
Okay.
I think I can do it next.
Alrighty. If anything, what you do see Kukurut doing is turning into like a puff of orange smoke. Like almost like it's becoming corporal. Igna, there is only one left.
Yep. From my hiding place behind Jason, I will launch 2 more Eldritch Blasts.
Nice. Oof, missed.
You hit me. You definitely hit me.
Oh god!
Well, that's why we got all those natural 20s.
Yeah, balances out.
Good
It's
lord.
It's like,
Balance.
Eric, I know how you feel.
No.
400 chance.
Wow, there it is. I was about to say you guys have been smashing the roll tonight, but then you come in true Igna fashion. Alright, go ahead, finish it up, Justin.
It's true.
Beautiful.
That
There's 24 to hit and 12 points of fire damage.
12 points, it singes it, but is just barely alive on 4 HP. On revive.
In which case,
Oh,
I'm going to
okay.
charge forward. I can cast
Yep.
a cantrip and make an attack.
Go ahead. There it is. And you skewer it on the end of your... Oh, wait, it's the whip. My bad. Yeah, you crack it then. And of course, it splits into pieces of the...
Yeah. Whip that little worm around.
There it is. You hear Sikukuru like, well, you are to be commended. That was marvelous. You ever considered janitor duties?
I mean, we are for hire. We're a
Well,
publicly traded
no.
company, you know.
You will find many, many annoyances and nuisances, leeches, parasites, all kinds of horrible, freakish things. The Bachelor swallows too much for his own good. It's up to me to pick up the mess. Just look
Confirmed,
at
the
this, for
Bachelor
example. Look, I don't even know what creatures this eggshell belongs to. Watch your step.
Okay, we need to, what, make text checks or something?
Yeah, I'd like you to just, if you want, you can still roll your stealth as well. Because you've got pass without a trace, so it makes sense to just be going, well, that was nearly another natural one. You see it? Just balanced on that. So 18, 30.
30.
I've had to. I'm reloading Foundry so somebody can roll for me. It might take a bit. Oh, it's coming. All right.
Okay.
All right, I got it. So stealth.
Yeah, roll stealth. And we'll assume that by moving slowly, you're watching your step. There is some weird kind
33.
of... Wow, fantastic. That's the highest out of everyone. You're not wearing heavy armor, right? Or medium? No, you're not.
Medium breastplate.
Cool. There are some weird kind of like feelers coming up from the ground. Almost looks more like if you magnified a tongue. This is kind of what it would look like, but it doesn't look very tongue-like, even though there are bits of broken shells and all kinds of refuse.
Ooh,
Ladders.
there's a big egg.
Yeah.
That's a sphincter.
This is where you start to lose ground as Sikukuru just simply flies over the vat of clearly acidic liquids. There's a pile of bones that are melting away. A boat that's in pieces.
Rufus, keep up with Sukukuru.
Okay.
He has a flying speed of 150 or 120. If you could do me a favour, because then I have to.
Oh, he is keeping up. All right. I'll pause there for a moment. I'll let Jasmine catch up for a second because he'd be moving as.
Just drag it.
I see Revive jumped across there.
I have ring of jumping. I'm just.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I'll allow that. Cool. All right. As you come into this chamber, you see Kukuru has already reached the far side of this chamber, and Carrick, you just stepped onto what looks to be a wriggling parasite.
Oh.
And you
Damn
hear a crunching
Sorry.
noise. You look down and you just stepped into this poor guy, and well, he didn't look like he enjoyed it. He doesn't have eyes, however, so it was mostly based on its senses on kind of like where it was feeling. And it definitely felt you stamp on its head, so it's gonna like look back up at you, and make a. Another
made it sad.
Can I heal it? Should I heal it?
Oh wait, yeah. I mean, hold on. Did you want to try and heal it?
Sure.
Just
Yeah, I'll
put
heal
your
it.
foot through it.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, I'm so sorry. Sorry there, Mister.
Amazing.
Look,
All right.
more than I healed. More than I healed Ignir for.
More than you healed Ignir. Good lord. Well, there was a moment where it lurched upwards towards you, trying to feel for something to bite into, and as you grab a hold of it, you administer this curing magic, and it slinks back down onto the floor, and it doesn't seem like it has any need to be violent in this moment anymore. And it starts to slither across and past you.
You don't need to die today.
I'm gonna also just pause you there. There is, as you're going through this room, something that I forgot to put on the map. But
That's
there are... What?
Go on, sorry.
No. You can, because I gotta find something anyway.
Okay. That whole parasite thing is definitely like a story I'd tell at Carrick's wedding. I once saw him give healing to a giant stomach parasite. What a generous guy, you know?
Only carrot. Okay. So. Yeah, these look good. So coming into this chamber, you do see lining the walls are these huge. Well, I'd say huge. They definitely look bigger than normal human-sized. They look like stone sarcophagus, but they're upright. So they more look like wardrobes than they do sarcophagus. And they are definitely lids as well on the front of them. Some of them seem to be just sunk into the kind of flesh here. Others are propped up against the side. These wriggling parasites don't seem to pay much notice to them, though. They just sort of wriggle past you.
Well, yeah, keep moving, I guess.
Let me drop this down.
Yeah, I feel like we're just like, yeah, double dash or disengage and dash or just getting through it.
Yeah, and the other creatures wriggling around here haven't really noticed your presence anyway. Though, as you get to the end, you see Kukurut has stopped once again. There we go. There's about 6 of them in total.
Huh. Ew.
And round the corner is when you start to smell this kind of... It doesn't smell acrid like the acid before, but it does smell like putrid, kind of stagnant in a way. And Kukurut says, "Well, I think we've arrived. This is where your friend is being held. I dare not go any further, for the grasping demon lurks within."
Yeah, what do you mean by grasping demon there, Sukukuru? Oh, buddy, oh, pal.
It is as it sounds. It shall try to seize you, drag you away, imprison you. Do not
But would it drag us to here?
Indeed.
Hmm.
You've come to the jailer's domain. Do not let it touch you. And with that,
Okay.
Kukurut explodes into a cloud of orange. You see it quickly wisp away at even faster pace than it did when it was leading you.
Irritating fucking bird.
Yeah, I'll cast guidance on myself and just peeking into this room.
As you tread carefully from this room, making sure not to step on any more of these poor little amoeboids or whatever they are, you notice the next chamber beyond has a flooded ground, and there are these small little membranes and veins, though they're completely coalesced in mucus, and they seem to stretch over towards several cages. Some of them like literally wrapped around the hooks. Other cages are sunk into the waters. And there's a small central vein that connects all the way around the corner like a bridge, but it's floating freely above said liquid.
Should we look for? Are the cages empty, or do they have anybody in
They
them?
are, yeah, all of them are empty.
Okay.
And these purple things look like they'd be able to support our weight for the most part.
They kind of look spongy and slippery because they're coated in this mucus.
I'm gonna have Rufus like fly ahead. I kind of want him to like eyeball into any of these cages to see if Anton's in
Go
them.
ahead.
And it's
All the
like,
cages are empty except one. This one. Where you see slouched in the corner on the sort of that like sat back against the cage itself is a humanoid male, but their face is sort of obscure because they've hung their head down into their lap.
I have Rufus loudly hoot.
Woo! The head kind of looks up wearily, tries to peer into the darkness. An owl? I must be hearing things.
Is it him?
It is Anton, held in a suspended cage, being hung by like this kind of, as I say, like a long, veiny, mucus-covered tendril.
Okay.
Wait, I know that owl anywhere. It's Rufus.
2 hoots.
Oh my god, I'm glad to see you. Wait, if you're here, then Justin must be nearby.
3 hoots.
Perfect. Wait. No. Tell him, stay back. It's not safe.
2 hoots.
Something here lurks. The jailer might still be around.
2 hoots.
Okay, I'll wait here.
Rufus is at the edge of my range there.
Okay. You can see through him. And
Yes,
it is indeed Anton. He is getting up, but the cage sort of wobbles slightly and bobs up and down on the hanging tendril. And he kind of like steadies himself.
1
Looks
hoot.
like he's balancing. Yeah, he sits back down again, trying not to move too much.
Stupid bug.
Everyone else, you hear kind of like a distant rattling sort of sound.
Okay. Well, Anton's over there, so anyone got any bright ideas how to get over there in a hurry, or?
I can't quite see over there, but
Well, anyone got anything in their bag of tricks that's going to help them get over this goo super easily?
Ignir can teleport, but that's just a one. Actually, Ignir, I think is maybe on a work call. I don't know. Ignir could, if we can get within sight of him,
Okay.
could he could get him out. It would take some slots though.
Yeah, and it's quite
A slot. Is it more than 30 feet?
If it is by on the map's scale, then yes.
Right,
And
but like,
you-
but if we can get to,
Carrick, as you kind of step forward onto this mucus-covered tendril bridge, I'd like you to make a. Ooh, it's gonna be dex-based.
stealth.
No, acrobatics, because you're noticing it is incredibly slippery, and you're gonna need to balance. So please roll an acrobatics check.
All right. I
Language
will
is broken
clutch
again.
my.
Wow, fantastic. Carrick, despite the slippery surface, you place one foot in front of the other, and as you do, you lightly tread, because pressing too much pressure, you notice the whole bridge sort of bobs up and down like a branch would on a tree, but you're carefully moving, transferring your weight steadily. Yeah, you can freely move.
To how far? To where?
To here is where you start to see this long, slick.
Yeah, like that's not going to support my weight, but
No, of course not. But what you do see is it
like,
sort of.
could I get
it-
to
You can.
there
You can.
with a nut? Yeah.
This is a separate part, so you do feel solid footing here, and then as you step onto this part, I need you to roll another acrobatics check because it looks like it's getting
Oh.
thinner and thinner, like around about here is where you can get to, or there.
Ugh.
That's when it's
If
at
I okay,
its thinnest. In fact, I'm just going to say right here.
I would then.
I mean I don't know.
think I would-
I don't know. I actually can't do anything when I get further. I was just trying to get.
Oh, you want to just get here? That's fine then.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I would say if you want to get to there,
Like I don't.
you would need to make another one.
I
But,
was just trying to. Right.
you tread onto this. That sheet of mucus vibrates like a web.
Ah.
I'm
Okay.
gonna try and get over to Carrot.
Okay, an acrobatics check.
Okay. Not going to Blade Song just yet, so there's no
No advantage.
bonuses in this. The 12.
Well,
I'll be there to catch him, like if he tries to fall or something. But
if he gets that far, Jason, you carefully walk up to about here, and it seems as though the next step you put too much weight on. The whole tendril kind of bobs up and down, and as it does, you feel the mucus slipping underneath your foot. You begin to fall, but you more like less than fall, more like slide onto this tendril. It kind of forms like a separate pathway for you, and I need you to roll. I'm gonna have you roll a strength, or if you want, you can roll another dex save.
Is this
So
to like
dex or
grip
strength
on
save.
to stop myself sliding down?
Exactly, yeah.
Could I do it with my whip?
Ooh, yeah, I like it. Yeah, I'll say it's still a dex
is
save,
this
but you can use your whip as like an extension of an arm.
is this technically is this a trap?
It's not a trap. Well,
Oh, okay.
it kind of is, I guess. Yeah, in a weird way. Why? What's the difference? Does he have advantage on those?
Perception investigation checks, saving throws made to avoid
A
or
saving-
resist traps.
It's a saving
Okay,
throw,
trap.
though, not a check.
It's not a trap because it's clearly made to make it difficult for you. It's not a trap that's hidden or anything, but it's
Sorry, I'm confused now. Is this this is a
Dex
check,
save.
not a saving throw? Save.
it is a saving throw because you've already failed the check. So now you're kind of subject to potentially falling into this. Somehow, though, a reflexive whip comes out and just it snaps onto something. You look up and you realize it's grabbed a hold of one of the tendrils on the roof, and you're able to stop yourself from falling into the murky water. And you're kind of hanging from it now.
What kind of elevation have I got, like, between there and here? Like, is Carrick's platform significantly higher?
No, not really. I'd say
So in
10
theory,
foot.
I could style out that whole slip and just go straight into a swing.
yeah, 100%. You swing from it as you kind of slip, grabbing onto the ceiling here. You swing around in a wide arc and land back onto the platform. This is where Carrick grabs you and you steady your foot.
As I land, I go, I entirely meant to do that.
A cage at the bottom rattles slightly. This is after you finished your movement.
There's nothing in the cage.
No.
Good stuff.
This is one that has sunk into the liquid, so only its top half is kind of visible.
I would call Rufus back and ask him to make like a perception check.
Can't see through the surface of the water; it's too murky. But you can potentially just
Maybe follow any ripples.
watch for something.
23.
Okay. There is a sort of rippling. You don't know whether it's coming from the cage, but Rufus is a keen predator of the night. He knows what to look for. There is a ripple that kind of goes underneath and around and goes out of sight from you and Rufus. The vibrations of that ripple kind of end underneath this bridge.
I don't think we're alone here.
In a good way or a bad way?
Is it ever in a good way? Like in our context?
I will cast. I'm gonna cast Detect Evil and Good.
You detect the presence of a fiend within 30 feet of you.
Tight.
There is this,
I'll kind of make like horn like symbols with his hands, and then point to where it is.
I'm gonna point to Ignir in confusion.
Ignir, get into the no. It's in the water.
Ignir needs to get into the water.
I don't really feel like swimming right now, Carrick.
No, the big, it like makes like a hugging motion, like grasping.
You need a hug?
Carrick like that like strikes a very resonant deep
No.
sadness in him, and he just goes.
Carrick,
And then
I think we
hug
should
it
try
out.
and get to some more stable ground, perhaps.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. That looks like a bigger jump than I'm gonna be. Oh wait. Who has that shield?
The
I
rock.
have the shield.
Yeah, Ignir does. And it's a
Ignir,
team thing.
cast. Yeah. Cast the spell, and then we can just hover over all this stuff.
Yep, that sounds like a great plan. I will cast Tensor's floating disc, put the shield down, and sit in it.
Okay, it floats. It can either float above you or you can have it drag there, but it does have to follow you. Do you want to just cast it into the chat so we can all have a quick read of the rules? Oops. Okay, so the circular horizontal plane of force, 3 meters in diameter. That's same as the shield effectively, and it will float for the duration. Hold up for 500 pounds. And it's immobile while you're within 20 feet.
Yeah.
If
So
you
you have
move
to be
more than 20
20
feet from
away
it,
from it.
it then follows you. You can move up over uneven terrain or down over steps and slopes, but it needs to be at least 20 foot from you.
This feels stupid.
That's a very specific spell.
It is, right?
But can
This
you
is like
move the
no one gets
disc,
this
or is it just does it just follow you, or
just
does it?
stays
It does
20
follow
feet
you.
from
Right?
you like a broken Roomba.
So you can't like sit on it. You can't like sit on it and will it to move or anything like that.
Someone else
No.
could sit on it.
Exactly, yeah. Someone else can sit on it.
But then it's not like you can like will.
But that doesn't really help us in this situation.
See, it's like a dolly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, that's still.
Hang on.
I mean, you could sit on it, right?
What if?
Yeah, you can get closer
Revia
then.
uses the shield, casts it. Revia's more likely to make the dex check. She could bring Ignir some other way. But then.
I think it required attunement, though.
It did, yeah. I'm afraid it's an achievement item.
What a weird spell. Let's think of a way to abuse it. It's gonna work. I feel like we have the technology.
Okay. Ignir cast
The
it.
disc is immobile while you are within 20 feet of it.
Might be a big burn of a 4th level spell, but Ignir cast it. I
Okay.
cast polymorph on Ignir into something that can fly.
Hey.
Oh, but he's casting it for free,
Because it's going from there.
right?
This is free, but I can teleport myself, so you don't have to use your spell slot.
That's gonna make a shit ton of noise and do damage.
Now,
True.
if Jason feels like he wants to in this moment, absolutely can. It's
Also,
up
then.
to you.
Yeah, no, the
Don't-
teleporting wouldn't work because if Revia's on a disc and he teleports, what, she got to just hold on really tight? How does that work?
Yeah.
I'm assuming it just moves towards me after I reappear, because I'm not touching it. It doesn't come with me.
So it would get like 20 feet, and the bridge is about 40 feet from where we are to where you are. So the disc's gonna appear somewhere in the middle. I can cast jump on myself and just boing boing. Use it as a little stepping stone.
Essential.
I mean, you could once you get if you could also Hexblade's curse somebody Ignir and then teleport to them for free. Is that what you were thinking?
No, because you guys are too far away.
Oh, okay. I mean, we're gonna have to fight this goddamn demon anyway. I feel like there's a lot of yeah.
If only we still had the Ring of Bloody Winter.
Too
Rub
soon.
it in. Rub it in.
Too soon.
Or
Okay.
forward.
Yeah. I mean, like we're gonna have to get all the way over to rescue Anton. Can I? Where do I? How far away do I sense this fiend?
Within 20 feet of you.
But is it just? Oh, I just
don't-
know if there is one.
Yes.
I don't
you
actually.
know.
Oh, I know as well as where the creature is located.
Okay, cool. As I've mentioned before, it is underneath this bridge. And as you detect this malevolent
Okay.
presence, you almost sense yourself being thrown into a cell, chained up and sealed away from the rest of the world. Okay. I'll put the disc down as something that...
Bachelor really needs to work on his diet.
No. The token was right there.
Right, so Revia's getting on the disc, and then I'm polymorphing Ignir.
Yeah.
Oh, that's pretty good. Yeah, that's genius.
Okay.
That's what you
Because
said to
then,
begin with.
if you turn him into a tiny little bird,
Yeah.
you
so-
turn him into a little bird, then he can fly. Oh, I love it.
Yeah.
It's so cool.
Okay. That's what we're doing. Disc down.
Cool.
I'm turning Ignir into a hummingbird.
Hummingbird.
Because
Like it?
he can't just, be like
Couldn't do something like maybe a little hardier, just in case the thing snaps at me.
well,
Maybe a little
something
smarter.
that can move slow enough that you're not going to joink Revia off.
He can choose to not move his full movement, right?
Okay. Yeah, I guess that is D&D, isn't it? Not real life. Birds can actually just sort of stay where they want to.
Oh, I see. You want like a hovering thing.
Yeah, like, in real life, you'd need a hummingbird or something. But this is D&D. It can just not use its full movement and yet somehow stay in the air. Whatever.
Hummingbirds can hover.
Yeah, hummingbirds hover all the time.
Yeah. That's
Right,
fine.
but you want it to be an eagle or something.
Yeah, that's why I'm saying I'd do hummingbird over an eagle or something.
I mean, I can like swoop back and forth.
Yep.
He just gets,
Giant eagle.
zigzag.
Bah.
I'm gonna get
Good
so
lord.
motion sick.
All right, you should be able to polymorph your own character.
He needs access to the creature's compendium.
Does it?
Yeah, so if you open
Ah,
Igneous sheet
this is
and
great.
open the creature's compendium, then just search Giant Eagle, just the SRD one, then click and drag
Right.
Giant Eagle onto Igneous sheet.
Yeah. Okay. Sure. One sec. Let me also just look for a appropriate thing here.
It should have a token in the SRD.
That's what I was looking for. All right. Cool.
It'll take it over to his token.
Yeah, I thought I said it so that it should say like players can polymorph their own selves, but it's fine. I'll try and find it.
Just needs access to
The other thing is, the polymorpher bugged on me the other day. It was weird. Something happened and I couldn't retrieve the character. I'm sure it won't happen here, but it completely destroyed it. It wasn't good. Anyway, search giant eagle. Yep.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Import
Just
polymorph. There we go. All right. Ignore is now a bald eagle.
You're healed. You're at full health. Look at you.
You do have a lot of health.
Get on your car.
And now you're
this-
smart too.
This is your
You're
floating
already
bit
smart
just
before.
behind you.
I am wait, what?
What's up? Yeah, you're a polymorphed. All your equipment becomes.
Yeah. No, I was saying, I was like, I'm not smarter as an eagle. God damn it.
you have more
not
British
grog.
intelligence as an eagle.
All right.
I
Maybe
guess I
let me-
will start swooping to try and keep the disc on the tree so it doesn't go over the water.
You can fly up.
And
As you fly up, it hovers up.
Yeah, and then forward.
How high would you like to go? Like 10 foot in the air?
I would actually like to go just 20 feet in the air so that as I go forward, she stays beneath me.
Okay, you're right at the roof. Okay. Go ahead, move your token.
What is
This-
revised shield posture?
Oh, are you getting on the shield?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, right. Get on the. Cool.
Free ride. Choo choo.
Exactly. Very calm, like meditation pose in the middle, but internally freaking out, like, do not fall to your death. This is fine. This is fine.
It's not ominous enough. All right. Eagle flies around the corner, and Revi comes in tow. The floating disc hovers just 20 feet from the eagle. And eventually, you come around to see exactly what Rufus saw earlier. And there is a small chamber that you have to kind of bring in your wings to to swoop in and into another chamber beyond.
Well, Eagle is feeling very honey badger right now, so I will dive into that room.
Okay.
A bit more creature
Drift.
than that as well.
Get the drift. Get the drift.
There it is. Cool. That's where you've managed to get. Can you actually see what's in there?
I can't see to the left. I can only see to the right. I don't think the eagle has its own vision. Oh, there we go. That is creepy.
Don't
Yeah,
like
there's
that.
this kind of weird like tendril that's wrapped around something. It's not moving, but there's a slight ripple to the water, as if something has just moved or displaced it. The cage hangs from the ceiling, and it is shut, and you can see Anton within it. And just to clarify, Anton is indeed an elf, correct?
He's human.
He's a human. Okay, all right, cool. I didn't mess up then, because earlier I said human. A human male, is inside the cage. They are trying to get to their feet, but you see it is quite unsteady. The cage hangs from this mucus tendril.
Can I land on the cage?
You can. As you do, though, as I mentioned, the cage is supported only by this tiny tendril, and as you do, the weight of the eagle brings it
no.
down and off. It slips off, and it seems to like recoil back, and the cage splashes into the water.
Can I
Stupid
catch it?
fucking bird.
Come on.
Can you catch it? Yes. Give me a strength check with the eagle. That's not bad for the eagle. Yeah, I'll say you catch the cage. It is incredibly heavy, but you're
I'll
somehow
try and drag it
keeping
over
along.
to that patch of land, where Revia has her clicker.
Okay, you bring it over.
Yeah. And
Slop
set
it
it
onto
down.
the ground. Okay, the cage comes down with a clatter.
Carrick, do you still feel the thing's presence? How long does that last?
I've got it for 10 minutes, so
Is it still within 30 feet of us?
It's
I'll know
moving.
exactly where it is.
It's
Is it
20,
is it moving?
15 feet, 10 feet,
It's coming. It's under us right now.
5 feet, and it is approaching after that clattering noise went off. You have pried Anton from the ceiling, but I'm going to ask everyone roll initiative. Okay.
So it just looks like Revia is fully hovering.
Yes, they are. They're on their own floating platform right now.
But it's invisible, right?
Yeah.
I thought it was the shield.
Platelet of 4.
It actually was the disc. Misunderstanding that?
Yes, correct. The disc is the shield.
This is so
Oh,
cool.
okay.
Revia, you're up first, and apparently Carrick has just announced it's getting closer. It's coming for us. Well, yeah.
So I'm like just under Ignir because he's up. I'm
You
guessing,
wouldn't
or am I
be-
behind you?
You're actually at the same level.
Dropped the thing.
It hovers upstairs and goes over slopes, so you're actually 20 feet off the ground right now.
And you'd be 20 feet closer to. You'd be 5 feet. You're closer actually to Ignir. Or yeah. It
I
has
think
to
you're
stay.
about
The
right.
disc has to stay within. It has to stay within 20 feet, and she was at one point.
Oh yeah, I see. what
So
you're
the
saying.
original disc was there.
Yeah, you're right. Okay. Revia has moved to here.
Okay. So the disc is just gonna stay where it is. I'm going to. Nope, I want to measure. God damn it! Stop getting ahead of yourself. Yeah, cool. Ring of jumping. I can oof
You could. yeah.
myself over there. Let's see if we can try and crack Anton out of here. I
Okay.
will anything I have to try and jimmy a lock in. Is a lock an object?
Lock is an object.
I'm gonna try and either jimmy open or smash through the lock with an adamantine arrow. Because it'll
Nice.
auto crit.
Okay, yeah. Roll a hit.
Need to roll a hit on an auto crit.
Roll to
I
I
crit.
think you have to roll this.
Yeah, it's rolled to actually get it.
If you just see if you miss.
Trying to hedge my bets here, guys.
Yeah,
okay?
because you're aiming for like a small lock.
Yeah.
And,
Does the object use dark vision as dread ambusher on?
you could hold your action if you wanted like someone else to assist you.
That's okay. I'll just need to make a
Okay.
longbow attack, so I'll work the same. Fucking really?
Oh,
Good thing
no.
I have more attacks.
Amazing. So
26.
Stab!
Just
Did you
completely
fire
miss.
the first arrow, you suddenly see something leaps from your shoulder and swats the arrow away. And you see a spectral honey badger on the ground just going, I'll do what I want!
Right now? Really?
I thought it was funny. You're not actually in any imminent danger, so I thought I'd pull a little bit of a prank on you, you know?
Thanks, I appreciate your help.
No worries.
Pain in the ass. Just try and batter it open with the next one.
You see the honey badger leaps up, and as it leaps over your head, it somehow pulls itself together and turns into an arrow and then slots back into your quiver. And the next hit definitely hits, and with a crit, you max damage, and yeah, you can roll a... Well, you won't need to. I'm going to say with that damage just alone is enough that you shatter the lock. The iron rusty hinge swings open, and you see Anton step up out of the cave, and he looks a little bit bewildered and says, "Thank you. You are one of Jensen's friends, yes?"
I am. We can introduce ourselves later. It's nice to meet you. I know your name. Please, let's... This is Ignir. He's a bird. He's not always a bird.
Your faithful companion. Oh, you must be a beast ranger, a beastmaster ranger. I've read all about you.
We did. No, I'm the emo type of ranger. He's actually a dragonborn. Can
Okay.
you? How do you feel? Are you okay? Are you? No, you don't. You've been in
I'm
a cage
okay.
for a while. That's a really bad question.
I'm afraid you see he is very gaunt looking. His spirit is withered and he looks almost emaciated. He's got these sunken eyes and pale complexion about him. Other than that, he doesn't seem to be injured. That's what you're wondering.
You look great. Now let's try and get you over to the disc.
Right. And I guess he'd be in some sort of like wizardry robes as well, but even those look aged. The material's kind of faded and patchy. Okay. That's going to end your go, yeah? Unless you want to do anything? Okay.
That's me.
That's you. Ignor.
I am going to swoop down, grab Anton by the shoulders, and then try and place him on the deck.
Whoa! Okay,
You
you're
wouldn't
easily
be
able
able to
to
place
lift.
him on the desk because it's always 20 feet away from you, but you could pick him
No,
up.
it's inactive if I'm within 20 feet of it.
Correct, yeah. You can do it.
Oh, got you.
It doesn't run away from me.
Nice.
Yeah, it only follows when you're kind of further and away from it.
Nice. Okay.
Yeah.
So yeah,
Right.
I'll kind of like swoop up and like try and gently set him down on the disc.
Yeah, that's doable. He's kind of rested on the disc, and he tries to sit, but he finds that a little bit uncomfortable when he just grasps onto the shield with hands at the front of it, like he would be like bodyboarding.
Then I'll forget that I'm an eagle and just go, "Caw-caw!
Thank you, faithful bird. The eagles have come to save me. It's like that book I read. All right.
Caw-caw!"
Yes.
No, I'll just hang out by him, kind of keep an eye on him.
Okay. Something is bubbling to the surface right next to you here.
I'm going to hold an action with my weapon.
You hear the muffled sounds of chains rattling as well. It looks like the cages are somehow like animating of their own accord as well. Some of them turn, twist, shake, rattle. All of them are animating slowly but steadily. And you can hold your attack to hit it if it comes out of the water. Rufus.
Rufus is given via the help action.
Okay. And Carrick. And just never mind. Come on.
Yeah, are we running? We're running, right?
I'm going to hold here if I can clear their way. That thing's coming.
Right, but I think
Yes, you run on
Ignir
ahead.
should be able to. I was gonna run back, like run away,
Yes, yeah, back the way we came.
right?
Yes.
Yeah. I will cast Bless on. I think Revive might be out of range for Bless.
I'm
try and
coming
move.
in
Range 30
wall as
feet.
well.
You could try and move
It
and risk the acrobatics check.
I don't want to get that direction, so I'll bless. I'll bless myself, Ignir, and Yasin.
Okay. And that's your go?
Actually, no, I'm not gonna do that. I'm going to cast bonus action Sanctuary on bonus action Sanctuary on. Is Ignir holding? Did you drop off?
Yeah, I put him
Anton,
down
or you?
Anton's on the shield.
Okay. Yeah, I'll just bonus action Sanctuary Anton, and then hold action, Toll the Dead, for if anything pops out, and stay where I am. Well, I'll move a little bit. Yeah. Okay. Cool. I'll just move there.
Stuff is
That's better.
definitely popping out right in this moment. The chains from these, we seem to be like coiled at the base of these cages, begin to rise up and towards the two of you. And the bubbling emerges. This humanoid figure steps up almost like it was like crouched on the floor. As it steps to its full height, it's a giant of a man. But instead of facial features and skin, everything seems to be replaced with a myriad of different hands. Hands for hair, hands for shoulders, for biceps, for a chest. This whole creature is composed of these grasping fingertips and palms, and even the mouth forms into a cage of fingers, and they open wide. And I think, does anyone speak Infernal?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
And Carrick, I think.
Then you hear the words in Infernal. Contain. Imprison. And it is going to animate these chains from each of these cages.
Does my held action go off?
Absolutely, yeah. Right now.
And it's yeah.
And Toll the Dead as well, correct?
It's an 11 and a miss. Second one is 9 points of slashing. And then I'm going to throw a Booming Blade on top of that. So 9 points slashing, 2 points thunder. If he willingly moves, he's taking another 7.
Oh boy. Jeez, okay, cool. Did you hit it with with an 18? Nice. Okay, that is good shit. Then wow,
And it has to make that. Click on that save.
For a wisdom save, I have. Oh no. We're up 3.
And then also I forgot, because I'm a level 8 cleric now, he actually takes a little bit more damage. I just haven't added that into my.
Oh, I have advantage. Hold up. I have advantage.
Yeah, I knew it. Devils and demons. Oh, it's a chain devil.
16.
I think that makes it so.
Oh, it does. Perfect. All right. And it has, as you begin
Right?
to,
'Cause I'm 16.
yeah, as you try to like bring this creature down, it is as though the magic is warped on its form. The hand that you try to like, there's so many targets, all these hands manipulating and animating around its body, and it's difficult to find a mind within its form to rot. But yeah, seems like it's completely evaded your attack.
Love it.
The grasping demon finally emerges. Chains all animate towards you guys, and I think let me just check. There's 8 of them in total by the looks. Up to 4 of them begin to fly towards you and sprout razor-edged barbs as they fly towards you. And I'm going to have the first one swing at Carrot. Alright. Chain attack. Oh my god.
Oof.
I will.
Straight away.
I will. I will make. I will use a lucky point.
Okay, yeah, that will. I'll have to reroll. Let me undo your HP. Flipping out, I nearly blooded you in one hit. Okay, 14.
It wouldn't have, I also have the armor too.
So you had that premonition where you cast Detect Evil and you saw yourself being pulled into that cage. That is happening right now. This chain reaches towards you, goes around your neck, and you have to pull your head underneath before it tightens like a noose, and it just barely misses you. That was close. Okay. Another one is going to go for Jason on the other side. Let's go for this one here. $17. Ooh, just barely misses you.
I'm gonna pop a shield.
The 17 not hit.
16 would hit, but I'm
Oh,
popping
okay.
a shield.
Right. Sorry, for some reason. Oh no, it did say hit. My bad.
Yeah.
Alright, you can shield it.
Yeah.
No problem. Let me undo that damage. There we go. Cool. The shield brings up just in time, and the chain clatters off of it. And I think it's going to end its go. Yes. So Revi, you're up.
Cute.
Let me just check something.
Yeah.
Can you see the creature from there, by the way?
Nope.
Nope. Okay. Then
I'm
you're
not.
lucky. Cool.
Find a one.
You're very lucky to not start your
Yay.
turn there.
Perfect. Okay, so disc, Anton on disc, Ignir above doing bird stuff.
Okay.
Cool. Because the disc's only 3x3, so that's fine.
It's a 3-foot wide shield. Yeah. Oh, sorry, radius. Or is it? No, it's just 3 foot wide.
It's-
Yeah.
Yeah, it's 3 feet.
Mm-hmm. What would you like to try and do? You could even try to jump on the back of the eagle as well. So I think. I'll put you in here there.
Okay,
Jump on my back.
yeah. Can I try and jump on Ignir's back?
Yep. I'll say with a ring of jumping, you can easily make it up there, and you kind of swing from his talons over his head and land saddle onto the back of Ignir.
Great. I guess I can see this guy now, so I suppose I could, in theory, shoot him, right?
In theory, yeah.
Yeah.
He's got some cover, but I'll allow it because he's kind of just emerged from the waters, and Jason's in the way, and there's this big mound of whatever you want to call it.
Still gonna try while sitting on the back of bird Ignir.
Nice.
19.
A 19. 1, 2, 3, 4. Is it? Yeah, that's it.
Hell yeah.
Nice. 22 is also a hit.
22.
Yeah, clean hits.
And I've already used my first round of combat, so I don't get another attack. There we go. Pew pew. That's me. Settled up.
Fantastic.
Giddy up.
All right.
Let's
You
go.
also see these chains animated trying to assail your allies. Ignir, you're up.
So I'm going to use my full movement of 80, and then my action to continue moving. And I'm going to try and head over to basically just through the doorway on the other side, away from the chains. so that I can basically have. I just forgot his name. Dude on the disc.
Anton.
Anton.
Thank you, Anton.
The love of his life.
I know, I'm a third. I don't remember shit. I'm gonna try and basically fly him so that fly far enough into that room that the disc puts him into that room so that I can come back.
And if
Got
you're
it.
dashing, you got 120 feet, so you got plenty.
And the entire time, just
Fantastic. I will allow this. You're easily using your aerial maneuverability, swoop over the battlefield. Anton then is like, whoa, whoa, and is holding onto the shield as it begins to fly after you. And how fast does the disc move? Does it say?
Just has to follow your
Just
your
follow.
movement.
Just follows you. Fantastic. I'll say that it matches the speed of a giant eagle, and Anton's hair is like whistling in the wind as he flies over the top of the bow. You end up getting, did you say, all the way over here?
Yeah, the goal was to get him through that doorway.
Okay. I think he just reaches the doorway. 5, 10, 15, 20.
Okay, that's fine. And then is that all my movement? I guess.
How much movement do you have?
160.
160. Okay. You can
That's
go
a
further.
that's a double dash, right? That's
No, it's 80. At least the token said 80 feet flight.
okay. So it's your action and movement.
Yeah, so I would then swoop back into the room so that Ravaya and I are basically landing just on the other side of him so that he's not a target.
Well,
Oh, I forgot you had Revi on your back.
Let me just
It-
move myself.
it's 95 foot to there, so you do have movement if you want to still use it. Or you could go further and get the push in further.
Oh yeah, then I'll move the extra like 10 feet to get him just through the doorway, and then swoop
Okay.
back with Ravaya so that we're back inside the.
You can get to here. Yeah, you can get to there.
Great.
And I'll
Yeah.
I'll land on the ground as the end of my. So I've been kind of like slowly descending, and I'll land so that Ravaya can either hop off or stay on, whichever she desires.
Excellent. The disc is just like next to you, effectively as well. All right, nice, Gaston. You see your love of your life is floating to safety and skirts past all these chains, which do rattle and try to reach up to them, but they're too fast on the form of an eagle.
Okay. I'm a bonus action blade song.
Gotcha.
Bumping that bad boy to 21. Then I'm gonna say, look at me, I'm coming over here. You should give all of your reactions on me. And I'm gonna need to make an acrobatics check, I imagine.
Yes, please. And it will suddenly turn. Let's see. Oh, sorry, there's something else. Because at the start of your turn, I do need you to make me a wisdom saving throw, because you're within 30 feet of it.
Is that
ooh,
a
but
feature
you
or
do-
an action? I think I know this.
It is
actually.
an action. Sorry, not an action. It is a feature. It is the unnerving presence of all these crawling hands. Some of them you almost imagine reaching up onto your trouser leg and reaching up and grasping at your ankles. Oh,
I'm
damn.
determined at this point. That is a 22 on the wisdom save and a
Yep.
unnatural 20 on the acrobatics check.
That is
And
fantastic. Yeah, too much is at stake to worry about demons entering into your mind. You kick away the thought and press on. You balance it like deftly across here. It seems angered almost by the
So
fact that you
to
have resisted.
hit me with a
Will-
opportunity
will.
attack.
Shall. One of the chains comes flying towards you, whips at you, and I'll roll an attack. Oh. 20. Oh,
That's gonna miss.
wow. Blade song.
You snooze,
All right,
you lose,
nice.
motherfucker.
Cool. That is gonna end its reaction.
The acrobatics check, is that an action?
No, that's just to make sure you're moving safely.
Okay. Oh.
Yeah.
Well, this is going to be fun, guys. So,
Do it.
I'm
Do
going to
it.
pump all of them charges in there, so that's 5.
Oh,
So
Hell
that's
yeah.
10d4. 2 seconds, guys. /R. 10d4. Plus, obviously, I'm going to booming blade this bad boy. So that's 2d8. I'll then roll 4d8 in case he moves. I don't know if you want the carrier to carry the crit as well, but yeah, that's your call. 10d4 and 2d8, and I think that's it.
all right.
I seem to
Well
remember
done.
something else somewhere. There we
Remember
go.
when we like jokingly did this math? And we're like,
Yeah.
oh, this will never happen.
Good lord.
34, and then if he moves,
Oh god.
11. Yeah, but still.
The spirit of Rufus, not Rufus, of Jeffers is strong in this one. You see the Hadrosaurus give you the strength needed to crack the whip as full pelt. In fact, you even see Jeffers do this kind of 360 spin in the air, and as his spectral tail connects, so too does your arm
Oh.
with the whip.
Yes, Jeffers. Oh, and also, I have multi-attack.
Good lord.
Good lad, Jeffers. Whoppa! Oh, can't win them all.
Just crack it for dramatic effect.
Yes.
34 extra damage on top of what you did, yeah?
34.
Plus an extra
and then
11.
if he moves, another 11.
Another 11. Okay. You'd like to know how much HP a chain devil has? Not enough is how much. So, God, that was brutal. I'm gonna have this. Well, describe to me how you annihilate this.
Oh, damn.
Is it all charges at once? Yeah, I know.
I really
It's
didn't
mad.
have any health.
What do you mean any health? You just did 50 something damage
Oh, well,
in one hit.
bummer.
Yeah. Lord.
Yasin, like,
No
skirts
help.
past this thing, dodges a cantrip, and in this sort of, you know how you hear stories about how, like, mothers high on adrenaline will, like, lift a fucking car or something?
Mm.
Yasin, as he dodges past this chain, pulls out with his whip, grabs the chain devil by the fucking neck, and just starts pulling it in. His ankles are dragging in the mucus. He pulls him right up close, and then he says, "I am not in the mood," and he yanks on the fucking on the whip. This booming blade goes off. The chain is like ignited with several different elements, and this thing's neck just fucking snaps.
Oh, God.
Sorry.
The explosion is raucous. The element is like almost like a rainbow of different colors because of how the explosion emanates from it. Then followed by a swift blood splatter across the back wall. All the cages rattle, buckle, and suddenly like you hear this wrenching of metal around you, and all the cages are just sort of like bent inwards and collapsed, almost as if a gravity black hole just emerged inside of it. Yeah, that was impressive. The
Wow.
resounding crack echoes through that chamber, and go here.
And I'll use the rest of my movement.
Yeah, go ahead. Damn.
Mic drop.
When the disc went flitting by, did I happen to notice if Anton was undead? Because I still have concentration on of detect evil and good.
Yes, Anton is undead.
Okay. Well, not great news, but we'll take it. And then are these chains still like around as a thing?
They are, yeah. The cages have buckled inwards, but the chains are somehow like still rattling in the air.
Huh. Okay. I will, as an action, cast locate object and say key, and think key.
You detect no keys within the jailer's cells.
Time to get the fuck out of here.
Nothing picks up as you emerge from the cells. It seems evident this jailer holds no keys. He only imprisons. He does not set free. And the grasping demon melts into the ground. All the sinking liquid. All the hands seem to just fall apart. And as Carrick, you make your way past.
Acrobatics.
Yeah, give me one last acrobatics real quick. Fantastic. No problems there for you. Yeah. You follow Jason's lead. It looks like he burnt away some of the mucus with that explosion of elements. And you make the daring escape out of the chamber, guys. Some of the chains rattle towards you, but they seem like disconnected from its master, almost like it doesn't know quite what to do. It sort of fixate on one of you and then rattle and then stop in their place. As all of them coalesce around the corner here, they kind of get tied up in a knot in a rather large ball, and then because they're getting in a choke point, they just constrict themselves and almost form into a wall of chains. That's going to end combat there. Oh, Rufus is over there. Oh no, but it's fine. He's good. He's just going to
He's not
disappear.
fly
Yeah, he can just. He tries to fly by, but these are literally blocking the wall. But you can
Yeah, I just
unsummon him and summon him back. There we go.
thinking with
Whew.
portals.
Well
Start
done.
hopping around and cawing at Rufus.
I'm gonna hop off of Ignir now.
Oh yeah, sorry, Ignir, I'm gonna have to drop concentration. Actually, how long have I got on polymorph? It's only like a minute.
An hour.
An hour.
Yeah?
An hour.
Hey, Ignir, I say, do you want to be an eagle for an hour?
Caw?
Excellent.
Don't want to concentrate on it for that. Or is that true
Hmm.
polymorph, where if you concentrate on for the full duration, they turn into that creature?
That's true.
permanently?
True polymorph.
Okay, that's fine. I was like,
I wouldn't do that
Callum.
to Ignir. Or would I? Anyway, everyone shut up. I need to say hi to my boyfriend. I mean, research partner.
Yeah, pretty fun. There is a warm expression on his face, despite the emaciated and clearly exhausted-looking expression, face and complexion. He says, "Jason, you damn well did it. You came all this way through slime, blood, sweat, and tears. I imagine."
Yes, I didn't really know what to do when I made it this far, honestly. Didn't quite think I would. Maybe not time to celebrate just yet. You can see kind of Yasin's kind of shaking in a bit. It's like someone's starstruck or something.
He also looks like he's shaking a bit, maybe from the adrenaline of that moment being flung through the air. But it's also perhaps a little tension, a bit of nervousness. He says, we might not get another chance. He comes towards you and he brings out his arms and just embraces you, just hugs you close.
Then kind of like
And
stutters a bit, and then sort of shakes into the hug.
you can feel his shoulders relaxed and this tension release. He kind of sighs. Just in that darkness, in that well of souls, I didn't think I'd ever see your face again. You overcame all the odds
Well,
just for me.
that's not. I think we're dead. So let's let's put the cake back in the tin until we've quite quite clear of this.
As you've kind of filled
Mostly dead. Garrett quips in,
You can see
which is partly alive.
Yes, it's
Yeah.
barely holding it together. Yes, mostly dead.
and that's only further reminded by the fact that this hug is a cold embrace. There's clearly a great deal of emotion behind it, but not feeling any body heat from someone is a bit unnerving.
Does anyone have any of that root stuff?
Let me look through my bag. Let's see, what do I have? I can give you mango leaves, riot root. I can give you drugs, Steinhammer ale.
He says, I don't feel hungry. I know what I look like. It's probably startling, but this isn't an affliction of my stomach. This is the death curse.
Yes,
It's been taking me too, Justin, even in death.
I'm well aware. I'm feeling it too. So, maybe let's get out of this scrotum, shall we?
He puts his hand on your shoulder and says, I don't want to... Yeah, no, you're right. You're right. You can roll an insight check, actually, Justin.
Oh, sometimes you don't want to know.
12. It seems like he went to say something and then stopped, and he's like, I am... And he quickly distracts you from it, perhaps, and says that I've learnt some things whilst here in this place. Before I was captured by that demon, I was inside the mall, inside the ruins of the Bachelor's head, I think. There are things there, repressed memories. I can describe them to you, but some of them won't even make sense. But I believe Vang Si Vang was trying to show me something. I don't think the Bachelor was trying to kill me. Nor did that demon. If he wanted to do it, he could have done it ages ago. I'm sure we don't know the full story here, but
We know that he's harvesting people for something, and there's a certain amount of confliction there, so maybe part of him didn't want to kill you, but most of him is killing people, so...
The souls here aren't dying as a result of him, though. They're dying as a result of the death curse.
I mean, as far as we know, he's been doing this for a very long time.
Not as long as you might think. The ruins I found, they date back. And I started to put a chronological order to them. Do you want me to show you them?
Yes, if we have the time, if everyone's okay to keep any demon insects or something.
Come.
For us.
I'll show you. And he is going to lead you back. The shield follows along. And as he's walking and talking, it says, there's images that, well, they tie back to what I think is the city of Omu. The city that we were, well, I was investigating at first. But I got sidetracked onto the city of Mezero.
Sorry about that.
And no, that's not your fault, Jason. I was the one who was reckless. That scroll, it was clearly not made to be read without the other half.
I mean, I wasn't exactly conservative about my intention of you doing it, so, still, sorry. I Should have seen that coming.
Mesro was whisked away to another world. I believe the Astral Sea. It felt weird, you know. I didn't truly die in the way you'd expect.
Oh,
I felt like I'd been torn in half,
oh.
much like the scroll had been separated into pieces. I found myself in a strange well of souls, but I believe my body made the journey. I think my body is somewhere in the Astral Sea with that city, with Mesro. If that's true, then, well, that's at least some saving grace, right?
Perhaps.
What
We
happened?
we know somebody who's there.
Yes, we do. Maybe
We can talk to her too.
give them a nudge, see if she can mind looking after a body for me.
I'm sure that if they were compassionate enough, they would have cast some sort of spell. Perhaps something that preserves life. I'm not up on the cleric's spell list, but I'm sure there's something.
Yep, that's a thing. Yep.
You've made results for
Hi,
that.
I'm Carrick. We talked on the sending spell.
You're Carrick. Oh, a kith. I did not know that. Well, hold on. You've come a long way. Speaking of the Astral Sea, we have
Comment.
Oh.
Yeah, that's the Gith Yankee. I'm actually from Limbo. A different
Oh.
kind of. I'm not a raging racist.
My apologies. I jumped to conclusions. That's how I got caught up in this mess in the first place, thinking scrolls could be used in that state. Still, if there is a chance that my body is still preserved, then getting back into it isn't out of the realms of possibility. But we would need to traverse there, and that's a long way off. Still need to figure out how to end this death curse. And I think these memories, tell of the origin of it. And he takes you into a long passageway. As you can tell, I've been taking you through the maps. He's going to take you back to the ruins, and there's this long ascending climb that leads you up and up. And at some points, you actually have to make use of the disc that's already still active and float up the passageway using it. So it's actually really, really resourceful that you've got Ignir as an eagle right now, because he's able to fly up these long chutes. Everyone can be ferried one by one with the disc, or even on top of the eagle. And you eventually climb up and into the throat of this creature, higher and higher, until what you can imagine must be the maw. Yeah, here we go.
Just since we've been getting the grand tour of this place, it's only 10 minutes long for the concentration on locate object, but if we got a blip on a key out of within 1,000 feet.
Yeah, the good point to bring that up.
It's only 10 minutes, so
how long is the range?
it's 1,000-foot range.
1,000 feet. Okay. There is no key within 1,000 feet. The whole way you go, no sign of it. But it's not been a full 10 minutes yet, so you are still concentrating, and
Cool.
I'll let you know if it goes beyond that. So everyone, can you kind of see what we're looking at? No, we can't because I didn't pull you to the map. There we go. All right. I'm sure you recognize this. This is where I fell in, and the Bachelor didn't chew me out or spit me out. He took me in because think you needed to show me something. And he points towards the walls of this toothy maw. And on the like on the actual teeth itself, kind of forms like a stone wall. And there are carvings. See for yourself.
I have Rufus flap on over there.
Okay.
Yeah, Carrick will go check out the other side, or are the carvings just on one wall?
No, they're all over the sides of these teeth. And where the mouth is closed right now, there's no sunlight. And it forms, like I said, like a wall. All the murals have kind of come together. The carvings form a picture across the wall. And he says, oh, rather, you can all roll an investigation check if you wish.
I'd like to cast guidance on myself.
Yes.
Then do it.
And
Actually,
Jason,
no, I don't. I don't want to do that because that would drop the.
Oh yeah, true. Jason, you have
That would drop
advantage
the
on this
scientist.
because you are a natural archaeologist.
Chris,
Yes.
I'm in a lung.
How did you get over there?
I don't know.
Get out of that lung, Kirsty. Every time.
I'm sorry.
You should be over here. Try clicking where my cursor is. Yeah.
Hey, there I am. Hello.
There we go. Cool.
Thank you.
Sorry about
We
that.
passed up so many hand puns, by the way, with that chain monster. I just feel like
Oh, yeah. True.
that should be addressed.
Well, the moment is gone, I'm afraid. So, with a 22, Jason. Oh, actually, let's go to Carrick first. Carrick, you see carvings that depict the human man you've come to know as Vung Si Vung, and the story of the song of the Bachelor is depicted here as well. You notice how he was out fishing when the chief launched his attack on Ina, murdered her, and her blood spilled into the river upon those rocks as well. Then the spirit took pity on him, a spirit in the form of a crocodilian reptile, and it merged with the man, forming a bond, a trust. And it's almost in this moment you kind of feel a little bit like the same thing nearly happened to you. There's a text, and Anton says, Anton notices you looking at it, and he says, I've translated it. It says, friend, as a question. Does that ring any bells, Garrett?
Yeah. Yeah, we've kind of gleaned this part of the legend that at first it seemed like it was maybe a beneficial relationship, one for vengeance, one for survival,
Indeed.
like with the Bachelor and Fang Sifan.
But there's a common thread here. On the next tooth, you can see that they shared a common bond. And he says, they both desired vengeance. The spirit, not for his wife though, for his kin.
Because he was the last he was the last one.
The last one, the Bachelor. What does that mean?
Last crocodile, maybe?
The crocodile is a spirit. It's a nature spirit.
Ooh, the last. No, never mind. I was gonna say the last trickster god.
And Jason, with a
But-
22 on your investigation, over the other side, you see the story of the spirit This side is the story of the man. The other side is the story of the spirit. And on it, you can see that there is a great Amuian warrior. He towers above the canopies of Chult, and he is pleased. Another depiction later on shows the people of Chult forsaking him, turning against his wills and his hopes for his people. They turn to slavery. They turn to greed and gold. This Choltian warrior is then seen leaving this jungle, but as he leaves, it looks like he's sinking down, almost falling apart. He separates into the earth. His heart floats up into the sky. His body forms into that
Teo.
Teo.
into
Shit.
that volcano. And as the next mural depicts, there are things rising from the earth. Animals that take on new forms, warped by this divine or perhaps primordial magic. And it shows you a jaguar with snakes protruding from its shoulders. There is a bird with a needle-like beak, a frog-like monster with tentacles for arms, and so on and so forth. And among them, you see a crocodile with pale white scales. The next scene is one that horrifies you. It shows the people of Omu not dying to sickness, not dying to this lack of their god, their divine power kind of fading away. No. A invader comes to their city. And this depiction is probably the most visceral, the most detailed. For on it, you see the clear depiction of a robed skeletal figure, a crooked staff in one hand, and a extended hand. And at that fingertip, perhaps there is also a black lightning that streaks out from it, and it hits each of the gods, each of these trickster spirits. One of them pierces through the lung of the Bachelor, of this crocodilian spirit.
It's ask
And
quick.
it is most definitely, he has a pendant on his neck, the face of a screaming devil. There are people of Omu. They are taken by his magic, enslaved. They are building something, hoisting large slabs of stone and timber. And as they assemble this, in the center of this kind of almost like a ziggurat, you can see there is a black obelisk as well, kind of in the center right here. The next mosaic shows the obelisk expanding like a ball. A dome of black energy reaches out across Omu, killing all of the citizens, and most disturbingly, the gods themselves, these spirits, the bodies, are pulled in. They're sucked into this void, this black hole. All except one, who instead of falling to the black magic, instead dives into their own shadowy world. You see the crocodilian spirit falls into the river, and the river is kind of tainted and blackish looking. But as it dives in, you see that Acererak's head is not turned to it. It's almost like he's missed this this one spirit that got away, the one that swam into its own shadowy realm. The god escaped somehow.
Wow. Click.
So this is good news.
Yeah.
We have common cause, it would seem.
makes me think that maybe we don't necessarily need to
You seem to recognize these.
defeat him.
Yeah, so I sort of reiterate what is seen. We've had dealings with Ubteo and some of these trickster gods on the way
Trickster
in here.
The 9 trickster gods?
Yes, yes.
10 apparently.
10 apparently. 9
A
and the
secret-
survivor.
A 10th secret god.
Yes, you're in his mouth.
And in a very common, like the way you say it, Justin, he just goes, fascinating.
Yasin kind of like rolls his eyes. It's a long-standing secret almost, but Anton was a fucking awful lab partner. He should have been sacked a long time ago.
Should I try to communicate with the Bachelor at this point? I mean,
I mean,
I was
maybe
able
let's
to
not do it
before,
whilst
but
we're
now
inside its mouth. That seems like
that's
not
a great.
that's not a great
That
position
seems
to be
high
bargaining for.
stakes. High stakes for sure.
Maybe get outside.
But this is also, if it does go well, this would be how he'd let us out.
Yes,
Maybe this
let's
is
get to
exactly
that
where we
point
do want to
first.
be.
If we're going to do this, I'd rather do it. We know where he lives.
Okay.
So this spirit and Fung shared a common thread, this vengeance.
Yes.
Hmm.
And Ubteo himself was a warrior at heart, as was this Vung. It would track that the warrior aspect of him, if you will. Found common cause with this Mr. Vung.
Hmm.
Regardless, I'm becoming more and more uncomfortable being in this thing's mouth.
Yeah. Funny you should say that, Jethan, because at the height of this revelation, and as everyone's sort of realizing how the pieces sort of fit together and what Vung is, you start to feel a rumbling. The light filters in between the gaps in the teeth at the far end of this tunnel, this cavern. This mouth begins to yawn open. And at this point, you almost feel like it's a warming welcome to see light and a potential escape. But that's quickly washed away, physically, by a torrential amount of water that is pouring into the mouth from everyone. And I would say make a dex save, but this is far too much. You look and realize this is not something you can avoid. It's so torrential that it just like a 40-foot wall of water that surges like a tidal wave. The best you guys can do is like rush towards one another.
Hold on to the disc.
Yeah, and
Thank goodness we have water breathing cast on us.
Yes.
Rufus, there's 2 of you.
I think that's mine. This is
Maybe I'll take damage today.
as you try to fly up, Ignir, maybe even escape out of the height. It feels like this crocodile is perhaps even just submerged. As this torrential flood rushes through, you're all whisked away and flood down into a long tunnel, and you can only imagine it to be its throat. You kind of bounce along the sides of it, and you begin almost coming to the surface and riding the wave as it surfaces you towards some unknown location within the Bachelor. And let me drag you to probably the final map before tonight. Let's get you over here. Okay. Yeah, let's put you over here. Okay. Dragging you to the new map now. The roaring and splashing of waves deafens the sounds of your cries and allies. Anton is somewhere with you, I'm sure. Yeah, he's holding on tight to Jason. He has not let go. Not again. We're not getting separated again. And Carrick, I'd like you to make a concentration check because the jostling and the being knocked around is so it's so annoying that you're maybe losing concentration. So Constitution
Right.
save.
Concentration.
10. Okay, roll it again as well. Just roll it one more time. Because this should be a disadvantage. So yes, 10 is actually the save anyway. Interesting. Carrick, the moment you come to Splashdown is when you sense the key. A key. Because your spell is still up. And it's also at this point,
Right.
it's also, I'm going to say that this point is also where your 10 minutes elapsed.
Mm-hmm.
But you got it just as it was about to run out. And you managed to maintain concentration the whole way down through that plume rush. Yeah, and it's right as you splash down is when you sense the key. It's south of you.
Is it?
That's all I'm gonna say. Anton is like, you can hear everyone coughing. Wait, I'm dead. I don't need to breathe.
We also. Oh yeah, you didn't have it.
Above the ceiling.
I will.
Okay.
I will burn another second level spell slot to just cast Locate Object again.
Okay, cool. In that case, then, yes, same as before. It's still down here. Hey, Justin, can you also make a concentration check with disadvantage as well? With your yeah, your
I get +5 to this.
Oh,
So
okay.
12.
That makes... All right, Ignir, you fall back into your dragonborn form, which is good because you need arms to hoist yourself out of the water and to the side.
Cool. Thanks, guys.
Sorry,
Oh, and
you enjoyed it.
You did a great job. You've accomplished a lot.
And your path without a trace is also ended at this point. Okay. So you enter into what looks like a cavernous tunnel. There is a trickle of water still coming from above, but it looks like the passageway is closing off, like the esophagus tightens and seals it. But you are inside, looks to be a wet cavern interior. There is a stalactite reaching up to the ceiling. And there are two tunnels, one leading down. It's kind of this shallow water. But there is a stream of it kind of flowing that direction. And to your right, there seems to be looks to be like a rubble, like a pile of rubble, maybe either from a cave-in. The stones look too small to have perhaps just caved in, and the roof looks intact as well. Nonetheless, where are we going?
I'm
Yeah,
just looking.
I see you're trying to go through the wall.
No.
There are some line of sight. Are you seeing what I'm seeing? Is it all good?
Yeah. I just
Okay, cool.
wasn't
You're
sure.
moving up to the darkness.
It just looks like that's. Is this a wall here?
Yeah, you're actually in the wall right now.
Oh, really? Oh,
I don't know what you're seeing. You guys, are you?
Yeah, we're here.
We're seeing a whirlpool.
Oh God, you're not supposed to be that. You're supposed to be here. Okay, I think the map's gone.
That's why I was like trying to like see what you were
you
saying.
can see what we can see on the stream.
Oh yeah, of course. Nope, you're in the wrong place. Excellent, I love it. Don't know how you ended up there, but on my screen, you're up in the top left. So let me just. Actually, no, you guys need to reload, I think. Yeah. You're on the same map, you're just in the wrong place on the map, which is weird. It's not a major issue, but just to fix where you should be, I'm just going to ask you to reload real quick. Mm-hmm.
Oof. Good tie-in to with everything.
Yeah, I've just come back to the same place.
Okay. Okay. Well,
Anton, what have you done? You've ruined it.
I shall close Foundry and see if that fixes it.
Stop playing around with time and space.
1 second. Okay. Well, for the time being, whilst you guys load back in Theatre of the Mind, there is a pool of water, a stream to the south, and a tunnel with rubble and rocks in the way to your right. And some of you with higher passive perception can hear voices coming from the southern tunnel. And they seem to be speaking in an old Amuian language. Like, it sounds like the voices you would have heard in Port Nine Zaro. But it sounds a little bit older, like an older dialect. Try loading back in.
It won't let me load in.
No.
Yeah,
Can't connect.
Okay. Probably because I'm still connecting. No, still not.
No.
So, let me close it again. One more time. The map's correct. I don't know how you got this place. Alright, let's back up again.
I'm back. I'm back at the water pool.
Right, no idea then. I wonder if I just bring the map down. No.
What if we
Yeah,
just all
doesn't-
close our eyes and can you move our tokens?
Well, it doesn't matter if you close your eyes or not. There's nothing particularly hidden. I'm wondering what happens if I drag you up that direction. Because now you're off the map. I'm guessing you're in
Darkness.
a. Oh. Let me just check.
It's like it's a layer, almost.
Yeah, I'll play right there. I'm gonna try and move the map. That turn the thing? Did it move the whole map?
So the ground beneath us moved.
Where did you end up?
Now we're just in a dark space. You can see on the stream. Oh,
I'm gonna let me just. It's annoying because I set up this map to be. Okay, I see now. Yeah, that's not right. That's not right at all. What the hell? What the deuce? Oh, it's flipped. What? Okay, I'm turning the map. Let's see what happens. Let's see what happens. Okay. Turning. That's so bizarre. On my screen, it's like upside down, but now for you, it's the correct orientation.
Huh.
So confused by that. But I think if I match it up You can see the lighting correcting.
I think so.
Right there. Sorry about that. I have no idea why, but on my screen the map is upside down.
Have you set the map as the background image, or are we on a tile right now?
We're on a tile.
Oh, okay.
Okay. There we go. That's as close as it's going to get. You're in the correct place now. Well, you were never in the wrong place, but the map was the wrong.
Okay. Gotcha.
Just trying to... What orientation is this map?
That's the same.
That is the same. That's yeah.
The same. If I
Oh.
flip it upside down.
No. Like you had it. It was good. I think that was the way you wanted it 10 seconds ago.
Huh.
So
Okay. Well, that one, believe it or not, is upside down, but correct for me.
cool.
Yep, no, I did. Either way, I've kind of lined it up so you're actually in the right place nonetheless. Like you're still wrong on my screen, but I can see what I can see what you're looking at, so it's all fine.
So we're in the water.
Yeah, you're in the correct place. So you're in the water. That tunnel there, all that little black patch in the water to represent the tunnel which was above you, where you just come from.
And I've got the blip that the key is south.
Yes, south of you.
I
You can
will
hear-
tell. Human voices are to the
to the south.
east, to the south. Yeah, south.
Yep, south.
There's the key south.
And the key is south. Yes.
Right, I'm saying that to the group. Like, should we
I'm
go
sorry.
south?
Sorry. Okay. Goodness me. There we go. Cool. All right. Anton kind of gets out. I was like, that was unanticipated. Have we got everyone? Are we all still together?
I think so. Luckily, somehow. But let's not look a gift crocodile in the mouth.
Since we can breathe underwater, should we go a little bit like not like just be swimming? Might as well, if we're gonna swim, might as well just go
Anton can't
under the
breathe
water
underwater,
to.
but I guess if we just took
Ah.
I could recast.
No, it's fine.
Alright.
Carrick swims with his head above the water and his mouth and nose below the water. How many times do we get to use this?
Just- Okay, you can, if you wanted to take 10 minutes, that's fine. You can do it, but...
No. We got shit to do.
Alright then, moving on. Anton says, I've not been down this tunnel, by the way, just pointing that out. This is new to me.
I mean, this is new to us all, so don't worry about that. You're at the last resort company now. We just kind of make it up as we go along.
Alright.
And Rufus, there's like a camp here.
Indeed there is. You see a tent. Surrounding it are three beds by the looks. Makeshift beds, like bed rolls. And they seem to have used some sort of like flesh, like a skin as the blankets.
Ooh.
And even the tarp holding that tent together seems to be made of like rounded and shaped bones. And however, you're greeted by familiar looking humanoid creatures. There's a colourful Amuian, like almost looks like a trader, one you would perhaps see in Port 9 Zaro, perhaps. And he's kind of got his hands on his hips, and he hears you guys approaching, sloshing through the water right now. And he says, "What? Ngdaba, here." And he alerts the other guys who are here. And you see a woman, a man on a stool, and there seems to be another gentleman behind the stalactite in the distance. And he kind of turns around. What? Oh my goodness. More of you. Bachelor's latest catch, I assume. This man here seems to be talking in common.
Something like that.
Well, I would say that you're safe here, but no doubt there's other dangers that will lurk in these shadowy tunnels.
Sorry, how long have you been here?
Me? I've been here a while, I would say. It's hard to track days without the sun. I was with the company, Flaming
The
Fist.
yellow banner? Oh, never mind. Dead to me.
Uh,
Character just sinks a little bit lower in the water.
If Carrick doesn't meet whatever Lord Commander, whatever his face is, by the end of this, he's going to be very upset.
are you injured? You need help?
I mean, we've seen better
my
days.
friend here is very injured. If you have any healing to spare, I used to be a competent healer, but it's it seems to be escaping me.
An older woman comes and approaches and says, "Yes, you are injured. Please take a seat."
Do you mind if we come out of the water and join your little camp?
Of course, please. Come out. You don't want to get whisked away. Now, as she says that, a couple of you are keenly aware there is a roaring whirlpool sloshing into the depths below.
Oh, yes.
All except Justin, Carrick, and Anton. To you guys, it looks like a placid lake. Yeah.
Wait, who? Wait, it looks like a lake to who?
To Carrick, Justin, and Anton.
Huh.
It's a bit too thumpy for me. Go to that.
So just Revia and I see this like whirlpool heading down.
Massive whirlpool, yeah. It's easily like 50, 70 foot across.
And do we hear it, or?
To you don't hear anything but the sounds of these people talking to you. Whereas the others, you do hear a sloshing of water as it hits the stalagmites.
Is it like pretty loud, or
It's
I guess
loud
this is
and
pretty big.
yeah, it's loud enough that you can hear it, but it's not deafening. Normal conversation could be had in here because it's echoing off the walls of the cavern, kind of amplifying your voice.
Do you guys like choose to camp near this, or is this just out of desperation?
We find that
Yeah, what? This is a lovely spot.
If there's any.
The giant whirlpool of death, right there. 50, 70 feet of pure terror.
I mean, I think
Right
you're being
there.
a bit dramatic.
I'd like to roll an insight on Revia.
yeah, go ahead. Yeah, she's telling the truth.
She's telling the truth.
She didn't hit her head.
Revia, I think you've suffered some damage. your vision, you're seeing things.
I'm gonna
Maybe you
shove
should take a
Carrick
seat.
into the water.
Oh, God.
Shove
I
him
can
back
breathe in here.
into there.
Okay, right. Yeah, you could have
Right,
done
right, like-
into the world. No, just
Right
shove him
as
backwards.
Carrick had finished drying himself off with prestidigitation.
He's gone.
It's
Oh,
fine.
I'm joking. He's back. Yeah, you get
roll,
like
roll 46. Roll another 46. Roll another 46.
no, you kind of get pushed around into the. You nearly trip over the stalactite here. But you can roll a perception check, Carrick, as you're looking around. You don't see the whirlpool. You're like, what are you talking about? No, nothing there. Nothing there. Don't even hear it.
Revia, did you drink and
Did
not
not.
share?
I did not drink.
You're
I could've
supposed to
shared.
share the wine. We
I
were
could've
saving it.
shared.
I still have ale, okay?
Anyway,
Ignir, you see it.
Yeah. I mean, it's pretty hard to miss. Alright. Can I? Can I do it?
Oh, can I?
Oh.
Here, you go, Ignir.
I was just gonna say, can I do an Arcana check to see, like, try and see if there's any sigils or anything magical about this vortex? I mean, obviously it's in this place, but
You can roll me an investigation or a perception check, and if you want to get close, let me know. Just move your token. Okay. So you kind of move over, and you're standing next to the gentleman here, who's also overlooking the waters. And with a 17, you don't notice any arcane sigils or anything of the sort. But do you see something splashing amongst the waves? And it's only because you can see the actual side, you know, where the funnel begins to kind of go down. You're seeing something in there, like a shadow moving. It has a long tail. It's sort of swooshing around. But other than that, there are no signs of arcane sigils. And as you're thinking what that could be, you're also smelling the smell of fish. And behind you, you look, there is a barrel filled to the brim. But that thing in the water just looked like a little bit longer than a fish.
Can I'd like to Ignir, if you'd be willing, I'd like to see what you see, since there seems to be a bit of a difference going in here. I promise I won't dig into your mind or anything too deeply, but just to see what you see.
okay.
I will cast
Detect thought?
my racial detect thoughts.
Okay. All right. You can learn that Ignir is indeed telling the truth, and what he's looking at right now seems to be some sort of like shadowy fish. Best you can guess is like a long fish in the waters, and then
Mhm.
the scent of fish probably repulses him slightly. Well, what else are you thinking, Ignir?
I'm more just generally concerned that we're never going to escape this place.
Oh, God.
Oh, and where do I still see the blip of where the key might be?
Yes, you do. Coming from the tent.
Great. Because now that I just realized I did that detect thoughts thing and it's gone, but now that if it's in the tent, then I feel confident we can find it in the tent. I'd like to. I'll say in Celestial that to Yasin that the key is in the tent. Maybe tell Ravaya.
So, I turn and say to everyone, what's your story then?
Was swallowed by the Bachelor. Taken up. Eaten alive.
And kind of just left here for, well, a mighty long time.
We've been trying to live out our lives here. There's no escape. Those who've tried to leave, well, they encounter horrors in the tunnels. Leeches.
Can I roll an insight check on this lady?
Yes, you can. Seems to be telling the truth.
I wouldn't be doing my job if I didn't
Did she
ask
just
why
say
this
leeches?
guy's in handcuffs.
Did I say leeches?
Leeches.
You did say
Yeah.
leeches.
I did say leeches. That's probably what you're wondering as well. Did she just say leeches? Yeah, she said leeches. That's probably what you're wondering.
Is this guy wearing handcuffs?
Yeah, but I couldn't find a token without. Just imagine that.
Okay.
Imagine that's a fish he's digging into.
Got it. I was getting real deep in that fish.
Yes, thank you.
I'd like to just poke my head into this little tent.
Okay.
You guys seem to have fashioned a very competent little camp here.
As soon as you do, you see
Sure.
a tall humanoid figure with a large, almost like a tricorn hat, but it's more rounded at the front, step forward, trying to stop you from perhaps entering into the tent. But as you're like right at the entrance, I'll let you know that you can see something. In fact, let me just put that to the back. Yeah, there we go. Okay, that's cool. That's what you can see. Is it better than your hat? It's larger, more flamboyant than your hat. Your one's more, clean and tighter on the edges, but this one is more like flowery. And Carrick, you see there is a barrel in here, and it's not filled with fish like the others, but it seems almost a little. Well, give me an. No, I'm not going to say anything. Just that's all you see is a barrel, and there's well, it seems like a captain of a ship. They have this bandolier. They have like a sash. It looks to almost have like the handle of a pistol in it, and there are these sort of strange little pieces of armor on their shoulders. Seem to be maybe fashioned from like a chitinous armor of a beetle or something. Their face looks old and a bit wrinkled and stretched, and their face seems to turn from this very scornful look, as if how dare you've just entered into my tent, to suddenly a look of shock and surprise, like, oh goodness, I didn't see we had visitors. Oh, please,
Ah,
let me show you. Let me show you around, and they kind of
pl-
gesture to outside of the tent.
Carrick will kind of take his holy amulet and say, "Thank you, blessings be upon you," and channel divinity, read thoughts.
You're doing it again.
Well, this is the channel divinity one.
Oh man, I'm so confused. All right, okay. Do I roll a save?
I have 3 ways to cast. Yes, this is the one you roll a wisdom for, but they don't know that I've cast it.
Understood. Okay, thank you. Let me just.
I have
take
one
this
I can do as a racial thing, one I can
Okay.
do as a
I'll be
spell.
surprised.
And then
Okay. Wow. Okay, never mind. They fail.
cool.
Wow. Wait a minute. I'm sure there's something in here. Okay. I'm shocked. I failed that. I'm really surprised. Okay. There it is. I have advantage. Cool. All right. Sorry. I'm gonna have to roll again. Flip it out. 15.
16 DC.
Oh. Okay. All right. There's something you notice as you reach into this mind. It is like a fortress. You feel yourself floating through a corridor of locked doors, and swings one open, and behind that is a barred door. You see the portcullis open, and you open through the next door. Another door behind that is an iron reinforced door that probably needs a battering ram, but somehow you slip through the keyhole and into this mine. The detect thoughts
Is this
is the
the
first.
Bachelor?
The first. What is it? You have detect thoughts, correct? So you know.
No, this is channel divinity. So I can read its surface thoughts and
Surface.
current emotions. What it's actively thinking about.
Intriguing. Intrigue is the most prominent thought, and how to. There's a racing of thoughts, like almost too many your mind to keep up with. Things like how many are there? How powerful are they? What abilities and what usefulness do they have? What skills? Looking up and down as you're being led outside, Carrot, you can hear the thoughts turn to a menacing one. They see you as a tool. You are looked down upon like you are dirt, like you
Hi,
are.
my name's Carrick. We've been here for a little while, but we're looking to get out of here, and we would appreciate any help. I think I'm specifically looking for a key.
You poor
If you,
soul. Are you? You're
yeah,
not right, are you? You're more than welcome to rest within our little camp here.
that's
My
very
name,
kind of you.
my name is Captain Grimkin.
Can I insight check to see if that's a lie?
Yes, you can. And your name is? Slay.
Carrick Saharan.
And you do hear that thought race across its mind. As you say that name, they think of you as a slave.
Cool. I'm going to. I would love for
Most.
you to help us in any way that you can, including if you have any items like a key
Oh,
that you in your position. And I will end. It's going to end in a minute, so I'll end it now.
okay.
So you can use your action to end this and cast the suggestion spell on the creature without expending a spell slot. The target automatically fails its saving throw against the spell.
Okay, cool.
So
Let me just roll for your insight check. Wow. Okay. What was you inciting when they said you can rest here safe? Yeah,
I was just trying to see if that was the real identity or not.
they seem to be very flamboyant and very welcoming, and they seem to see like all of you as these lost souls that she needs to attend to. And she says, "I myself was a captain of a crew. My ship, she went down. A whole crew swallowed. Can you imagine that? The remorse of my fellow passengers and crewmates. What I'd give to have done better that day. The Bachelor is a force of nature, I can tell you that. But we've survived. We've persevered. And I'm sure if we stick together, we can accomplish anything. We'll make our escape if we have to." And you see them brandish a small rapier. They swipe it through the air twice. "I'll cut my way out, like it's the belly of a great whale." And as they say ship, Carrick, that's 100% like what she's imagining is a ship that they're on. There is a crew, and or was a crew rather. What kind of ship though isn't apparent to you. Just the word ship.
And what race is she?
So she looks humanoid, but with the kind of stretched skin and flesh, it's hard to tell. And if they were like elven ears, they've long since like drooped down. You know, like stretched ears. They kind of like.
But yeah, before that minute is up, I'm trying to end
Okay.
end that effect to get her to help us, specifically giving us that key.
Is that a charm effect?
It would be typically, but Because she failed, this is a divinity thing. She just automatically fails.
It says when you end your action, you cast the suggestion spell, correct?
Yeah,
And the
Okay.
target.
without expending a spell slot, the target automatically fails its saving throw against the spell.
Correct. Yep, that's fine. Suggestion says,
I can link that too if you want.
yeah, I'm just reading it now. Hmm. Where is the? I'm looking for the words where it says a creature immune to charm is not affected by this.
Creatures that can't be
There
charmed
it is.
are immune to this
There
effect.
it is. It's right at the start. Okay, cool. Yeah. So as you try to forcefully impose your will on this creature, you feel yourself. Well, you're still inside the mind, but it's going to end right now. Yeah. So effectively, you
Yeah,
feel this concussive blast that pushes you back, and there's no wind behind the force. It feels like almost, almost like gravity pushes you away, and you're expelled, and you go flying through the air out of this captain's mind, and you see the doors closed. The ceiling of the portcullis closes, and the wooden door creaks. All these doors shut, 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 as you are pushed out of the mine. Almost felt like they could do that at almost any moment, but nonetheless, your effect is completely pushed off. Which for you, by the way, is a very confusing and
yeah,
new experience. Would you say
yes.
you've never tried to charm someone who wasn't charmable, but this was what it
Do I
feels.
get the sense that they were aware then? Like, because I think typically they're not aware, but if because of that, maybe they. I don't know.
I'm going to say no because it doesn't say that they are aware.
Okay,
I don't think so.
cool.
Yeah, does it say no? Only because this is your channel divinity version. Yeah,
Yeah,
which
all right.
doesn't require like components and stuff.
Yeah, Carrick will look a little rebuffed and kind of just sit down. I would assume that would kind of shake him a little bit, so he'll just sit down and have a little think.
Take a seat, please, all of you. Rest if you need. We have food, fresh fish. Despite the smell, I assure you, they're freshly fished up today by our little friend over there. Give a wave, and you see there is a dwarf in the distance, long beard. He's currently hefting a barrel into a boat, small little rowboat. And yeah, he kind of gives a wave. Keep up the good work, Connor. And what are your names? Belong to a same crew?
Of a sort, yes. My name is Ranald. It's nice to meet you.
Ranald. Excellent. And you must be the captain. And she comes over to you, Ravaya.
My Discord bugged out, and I feel like I dropped in at the right moment. So
Yeah, you did.
sorry. That was over dramatic.
I'm Captain Grimkin. Grimkin. Pleasure to meet your acquaintance. Is this your crew?
Jealous.
Where with her?
Mhm. Yep, these are my companions. I don't like crew. It's very dictatory,
But that's what it is.
but it's
Here to serve.
no
Just-
Revia.
Just because they're beneath you doesn't mean that there isn't a kinship between you, a bond of friendship or such.
Mhm. Well, I suppose we're all. I like to think of it as a level playing field. I just wear the hat.
Well, That speaks to this situation, doesn't it? We're all in the same playing field, all in the same boat. And where have you been so far within the creature? Did you just get swallowed?
We've been here for a little while.
Huh.
Made our way through various chambers, sections, organs, places. Is this as far as you've gotten, or have you?
No, I have seen the stupor for myself. I know where the Bachelor lies.
And have you
I've been
made much
hoping.
of an attempt to get out? Looks like you guys are kind of comfortable here.
Can I
Mhm.
insight check, which says she knows for the Bachelor?
Yeah, go ahead.
Don't
On the
trust someone
contrary.
better hat than me. Nope. Believe
Okay.
her.
On the contrary, I'm mounting a army, a force that might be enough to take the Bachelor off guard.
I look
1, 2,
around at his.
4, 5,
Uh,
6, including yourself. 7. Sorry, 7. Didn't
One
well,
of them's in handcuffs.
well, that's
No,
a
that's
bit-
just a fish.
No, with your assistance, that makes an extra 4 of you.
Some
That's-
army.
Well,
Four.
you'll find that I am quite the fighter myself, and they sort of look proud in their regal jacket and their naval trim.
Mhm.
Well, no point standing around on ceremony then. How about we all crack on and go?
Carrick will say we were brought here because we were looking for a key that would maybe make that assault somewhat easier. I believe it's very close.
A key? Well,
Mm-hmm.
you're in luck. For I have plundered such a treasure whilst here. I located the object some time ago, but I've been wondering whether the timing has to be right. Can't just barge in there.
Why not? Usually works for us. Extra points if you're unannounced.
Going off your insight from earlier, Carrick, when they say they located the object, almost sounds like they said it very formally, like the actual spell locate object. Those words
Mhm.
were picked specifically, it seems. However, though, you're rested? You might need to recover. It looks like your friend here is injured. Best to go into a fight fresh.
I looked
We
at-
can, but if you're eager, we can set off the first thing you're recovered. What say you?
Tiny hut?
Anyhow,
I think Tiny Hat.
Seems reasonable.
Okay then, we'll see you guys in 8 hours.
You have your own means of
Uh,
protection. Impressive. What other
I I can talk to the outside world, which is something that I'd maybe like to do as we tuck into sleep.
Excellent. And yourself? And she gestures towards you, Igni. You look like a mighty warrior.
The name is Rawl Hiss.
Rauhis. Where have I heard that name before? Some legend, most likely. Names like that often pass down.
Keep it in mind.
Such a people person.
Well then, I shall be within my own hut. If you need my assistance for anything, please call. And don't go into those waters unless you're feeling really brave, of course.
Wouldn't dream of it. Get in here, Anton.
Right away, going. Well, they were really nice. That's a bit of luck for once. Carrick, as you do pass by the tent, because they're opening it again and going inside, because of now, you might be more suspicious. You can roll an investigation check. So, yeah, an investigation. 11, it's not going to cut. It's
Damn
still in the
I will
corner.
use my lucky point.
Okay, go ahead. Reroll that.
No.
It's worth. All you think of is that it's odd that she's got a huge empty barrel inside the tent. It's bigger than normal barrels, but that's it. And the key is definitely on their person. That much is clear. And
Right.
you enter into the hut.
People can't hear, right?
They can.
Oh.
Sound passes through the hut.
Right.
Just
Yeah. Can I this sending? This magic can't go out of the hut. So when I do sending spells, I'll have to do outside the hut.
I
think, right?
Right, because magical effects can't pass through it.
But it's not really passing through. It's kind of just
No.
going to a separate plane.
Yeah. It's a bit odd. We'll have to think about that. But it's come up to time.
I'll write down the things I'm going to say.
In the meantime, we'll end here. And I will also mention it hasn't been 24 hours, but she doesn't know that you haven't slept that long. But if you wanted to, you could also recast Tiny Hut. But it would mean you're waiting here like another 8 hours, effectively.
Well,
it doesn't matter.
We can always just take a short rest and
Exactly.
spring out in
You
2
might-
hours' time. 6 hours before they're ready for us, and be able to take them all by surprise.
Love it. All right. Well, with the group finally back into a safe place after those grueling tunnels, terrible gricks, and being washed down the Bachelor's throat, we are going to end tonight's session. But you are finally in stepping distance of the key, the Bachelor's domain. So, hopefully, next session we might see a climactic finish to this. But who knows? Might end up going sidetracked or rolling into, I don't know. Who knows what could happen in this place. But tune in for that climactic finish next week. Till then, we shall sign off here. Farewell.
Goodbye.
Bye bye.